Of the day brought to you by our friends at NASCAR, getting you into the game.
All right, hey, you can go to nextroundlive.com/Dega right now. Joey Logano's favorite football team. You answer that question, give us some information. We're going to draw for Saturday passes and Sunday passes. 2 weeks. You're going to draw this week and next week. We're going to have winners from both weeks. You can do that right now, nextroundlive.com/Dega. And if you want to purchase your tickets, you go to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It is the Yellowwood 500 2022 edition, Sunday, October 2nd. The weekend starts Friday, September 30th. Check out all the experiences like the Kids VIP experience presented by Children's of Alabama. You got the pit box tours, garage tours, fist bump alley and the driver intro, much, much more. You see all of that and you buy tickets at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
WLKY gives us this video. WLKY, we appreciate that so much. When I was in Lexington, I think they were known as the Mountain News Leader, maybe, WLKY. Yeah. It's a state tour. It's a fundraiser for charity up there with Kentucky's basketball coach John Calipari and Louisville's new basketball coach Kenny Payne. And in the conversation that they were having, raising money for a good cause last night, Kenny Payne says this, getting Coach Cal to react like this.
But to have an equal playing field, what better state than this one? This is a basketball state. I mean, it's the best of the best.
Careful.
Right.
I just said state. I said state. I didn't say program.
Now,
So we want to clarify the
all I'm saying is our football program, who I've been, they're 7th in the country. So let's be fair.
Pretty funny.
John
Thank
Calipari.
you, Kenny.
I mean, are the egos getting big?
Yes.
Yeah, that was
I mean,
funny,
it was
funny line.
nice.
Technically number 9 in the country.
Careful.
In the AP. Yeah, careful.
Oh, he wasn't going to have them too low. He was not
That's
going to
right.
make that
He's going to
mistake.
overshoot.
Right.
I've only been to one game up in the Commonwealth.
Basketball or football?
I've never been to Rupp.
Oh, my God.
I haven't either. I've been past it. I've never been inside it.
So I've only been to one football game, and I thought the fans were somewhat lackadaisical,
Well,
and I can understand back then. But what I was going to ask you guys, would they rather, and Cal's only had one national championship, which is kind of amazing the way he's recruited. Do you think Kentucky fans right now, if you said, hey, look, come March, you can win another national championship, or you can have a national championship in football?
I'll go with Dunaway. He worked up there.
A national championship in football because you've never done it. I mean, like right now, I think Alabama fans would surprise you on how many of them, I'm not saying majority, but how many of them would take a national championship in basketball over another national championship in football.
I don't disagree with that, but because there's so many national championships, within the last decade.
Yeah.
But it's been a long time for Kentucky.
I've got to say this because it is a tradition on the show, and this is not a part, but I believe this. This is not a size thing. Rupp Arena is big. It is big, and there's a lot of people. It will underwhelm you on atmosphere.
I was the first time I ever saw it, I guess I expected a cathedral of basketball, and it was basically, it's connected to a shopping mall, and I was like, that can't be Rupp Arena.
It is.
I was blown away, but now they have redone a lot since then.
It's a great atmosphere, but I think if you go to Duke, if you go to Kansas, if you go to, I'm going to burn some people here, if you go to Auburn Arena.
No, Auburn's a great atmosphere.
Those are better basketball atmospheres than what you get inside Rupp Arena. I worked there for years when it meant more than it does now.
Now, they tore the goalpost down the night I was the one game I ever went to Kroger Field, Commonwealth Stadium at the time. They tore the goalpost down. But I was surprised at what a good atmosphere it was. Now, I think I probably caught it on one of the best nights they've ever had.
Well, and that was a pretty good teams, Tim Couch.
Yeah, it was, how Mummy coached Tim Couch teams.
But it's hard, for 20,000 fans to be as intimidating as 9,000 fans like you get at Cameron or at Auburn Arena or whatever you get at, Allen Fieldhouse. So it's just different. It's a great atmosphere, and you should go to a game at Rupp, but it's not the best atmosphere in college basketball.
So, Rockstar, Dunaway says size is not everything.
Yeah.
Heard that before.
Yeah. Saw Nancy up here yesterday. It was a great senior baby. Little cord.
Wow.
Yep.
Until next time, God bless you. God bless America. Hang in there.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, here we go on a live show on a Friday as we get going. Rockstar not here today, but he does have a Playhouse that will roll at you later on in the final hour of the show. Everyone else is here. Tyler, the intern, manning the ship today, which just shows you what an awesome intern he has been, that we just turn everything over to him. The most important job in the world right there on the nextround.store calendar camera there. Pop it up for us. Or let's see. Look at Tyler managing everything. Give us a wave, Tyler.
So, Tyler, that is a compliment. At the same time, Dunaway is telling you that things could come off the rail. That would be your
if
fault.
you notice, he called it the most important job in the room.
I'm just trying to get you fired up. It's my pregame pep talk.
Yes.
Go out there and play like a champion today. Run through the freaking wall.
Dunaway's the quarterback's coach is like, hey, remember, that cornerback leads the nation in interceptions, right?
Yeah. Well,
Just
Whatever you
remember.
do at the 1 yard line, don't throw a pick six.
Right. Don't throw a pick six.
I mean, why don't you throw it at the 7th round draft pick who's replacing a guy? Meanwhile, your receiver's trying to tap the freak out, and you won't let him come off the field. So he gives you about a 40% effort on the route that cost my Chargers, not my favorite team, but the team I wanted to win last night, to lose the game. Let's start last night with Thursday Night Football. We'll roll into college football and a lot to get to today on the show. But my goodness, what a great football game last night. Chargers and the Chiefs. LT, did you enjoy watching it?
Okay, first, I have got to state this. I guarantee you, over in the chat room, I'm not the only guy. Look, we all know I'm technically challenged. I fully admit that. But the roommate, she knows what she's doing when it comes to this stuff. We tried and tried. I was on Amazon Prime. I was able to pull Mad Men. We would get a ding. Yeah, I was able to pull that. House of Hammer, things that I've been watching, and they would come straight on.
Right.
At the very top with like 5 options was live NFL football, Chargers, Chiefs. I went on there.
Yep.
It was just processing or retraining the whole time.
The old wheel of death. That's what you had, yeah.
She was able to get it on her phone, so I watched it on an iPhone for 2 quarters. I continued in breaks to go back and try, and it finally allowed me to come on in the fourth quarter.
Is there a chance it was your internet?
If on yesterday's show anybody had said, all right, there's going to be a staff member that has an issue getting this game, we all would have gone Lance, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Now, I got to say, though, from his description, it really doesn't sound like a standard Lance issue. I mean, normally Lance is the one that struggles with this kind of stuff, but from your description, this sounds more like an Amazon problem than a Lance problem.
Yeah, what was strange, though, and I did see other people and people reacting, with the memes of an 80-year-old and, my dad trying to figure out how to watch the game tonight. This is LT, that kind of stuff.
Those are very funny
My favorite one was you moving the rabbit ears on top. I can't get this damn Amazon Prime.
But I saw a lot of different people were also jumping in saying, I'm having the exact same problems. What was strange, though, on our same Amazon Prime account, that she was able to get it on the phone using the same internet, and we couldn't get it on the TV.
It makes no sense. That's what I'm saying. This does not sound like a 100% a Lance issue.
Look, can I made? There's a good one.
What?
You gotta clear the that word. Is it
cache?
cache?
The cache. I think
cache.
it's cache.
Okay. You gotta clear.
Look at
Clear that
Tyler
out.
laughing at us. Tyler, we're old.
Come on, Tyler, jump on that
Is
microphone.
it a cache or a cache, Tyler?
I've always said cash, but I've heard cache.
Oh, look at Tyler. He says it'll work either way.
It is
Yes. Yeah, I think it's all right. So I don't think that's the case because I'm like, Lance, you don't use Amazon Prime a ton.
But I do, Brown.
Yes.
What else do you watch on it other than Mad Men and House of Hammer?
There's still a lot of different things. I use them.
Well, I don't know if that means you should clear the cache. All I know is I got home. I had something with my oldest daughter. Got home, turned on my TV, right down to the Amazon app, click go, and as soon as the app opens, like the selector is on play. All I got to do is hit.
Yeah.
Okay, and the game goes. They made it so easy.
Mine, LT, I just came home, and I have a motion detector that will turn my TV on in the living room, and it came on, and it virtually came on by itself. I walked into the room, and the game came on.
You live with the Jetsons all of a sudden?
I still got
My
to
boy
watch.
Elroy came out with a beer.
I still got to watch the game. I'll tell you, though, when it finally did pop on, it gave me options of how I wanted to watch it, and one was with Dude Perfect. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, they were doing an alternate. They're going to do a lot of that with Amazon this year.
They do an alternate cast.
Kind of like the Manning cast, the Dude Perfect guys.
But who are they? I mean,
you don't know who Dude Perfect is?
Oh yeah, I mean, I see them, kick a football through a field goal or through a
No, they would like kick a football through a dolphin hoop.
One of the things they have is a dunking pool. Like one part of their show, they'll get in there, and if the drive doesn't end in points, when you don't make it on, you don't get a first down, you don't get points, you get dunked. So you're sitting there, like if we were doing that on the show, we're in the dunking booth, and it's like, all right, this is going to be one of the drives in the dunking booth. Brown's in the sitting on the whatever you call the thing you're setting above the water, and if that drive ends in a punt, there goes.
Yeah, I'm out. Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit, I think I'll take that broadcast. I don't mind
really good.
The Nickelodeon every once a year with Nate Burleson. I think that's a little interesting.
Yeah, I don't think either of those. I don't think they ever envision they're going to get a U on there. I mean, they realize you're going to watch Herbstreit.
But who's watching Dude
Michael's
Perfect?
Kids, people. I mean, Dude Perfect's very popular.
Yeah, but it's the Chargers and Chiefs, so football fans. I mean, if it ends up being the Bears versus sorry, Rockstar, if you hear us, the Lions at some point, I may flip over there and watch a little Dude Perfect.
I take it back because Dude Perfect, they were touring, and Jack went to see them with his mom.
I think they sold out the Civic Center.
So Jack is starting to watch football with me. They're excited about tomorrow, so that might be a good way to.
Exactly. And how old is Jack?
Jack, well, he's 15 now.
Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
He's 15, but what does that do to a 15-year-old? It hooks him into the NFL, right?
That's right. And then they turn into 25-year-olds, and then they're buying Bud Light.
That's right.
I was wrong on that. I was wrong on that, but I was not wrong on the Amazon Prime last night. It was not my fault.
No. It was not. I don't think it was your fault. And after you texted us asking if we had problems, which we did not, I did do a Twitter search just to see, because it's a good gauge. Like you do a Twitter search, people bitch about anything. And there was a lot of complaining about it. So I don't think you were alone. We could do a poll question. I mean, Taylor could just throw it out there. Did you have any issue with the Amazon Prime game last night, yes or no? I mean, just to see if Lance is alone in this.
Throw that out there. That'll be a Cowan Equipment poll question brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Did you have any problem at all streaming America in our first real football stream, mandated stream where you had to stream it to watch it? A game that, we had a lot of ESPN Plus streams where it's not the most popular game in the world, but this was a highly rated that was the question I asked Brown. Was that a chance that so many people were streaming it that mighty Amazon was overwhelmed? Surely not, but maybe that was the problem.
I mean, it's probably, I would have to guess. I mean, you probably, had 12 million people watching that game? 12 to 14 million people?
I would say 12 million.
Yeah, I think a normal Thursday night game on cable or over the air is probably 15 to 16 million. So I'm going to dial it back a little bit for subscription. I'd say you had 10 to 12 million people watching that game, in addition to the people that were just coming to Amazon to buy their groceries, right?
Yep.
So it's probably the most people you've ever had at one time watching Amazon Prime when you consider people that were on there streaming House of Hammer, or Mad Men,
all the non-football people who are already on there.
And now I add in 12 million more. You could see how there could be some issues.
Okay, I'm not up on my gossip, but Jeff Bezos.
Did you see the girl next to him?
Oh, real quick on that, before we put Dude Perfect to bed, Lunsford from the back row pointing out they do have 58 million followers. So if they just bring 1/5 of their followers to watch their channel, they're going to be okay in the ratings.
I'm jealous, but Jeff Bezos, the girl next to him,
not his original wife. No,
I think he is banging Tony Gonzalez's ex.
You think that's who that was?
It is. Yeah, that's the text I was getting last night.
Wow,
how about that?
I mean, I don't think I would recognize Tony Gonzalez's current wife, much less his ex. Is she famous?
So the guy that reached out to me about it.
That is a bold move, by the way, taking her to a Chiefs game.
With Tony in the house on part of the Prime broadcast that Bezos.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even think about
paid
that
him
part.
off.
Here was the text I got, and I think this guy knows because I think he watches Real Housewives, that kind of stuff.
Oh, is she on that show?
I think.
So at some point, Bezos like, listen, if we're doing this NFL thing on Thursday night, the pregame, postgame show, probably should get Tony Gonzalez on there because I am dating Lauren Sanchez.
Yes. He goes, so is Tony Gonzalez cool with doing this game while Jeff Bezos is sleeping with his ex?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Yeah, so Lunsford says it is Lauren Sanchez. JT says money is absolutely undefeated with the ladies.
Yep.
True.
Yeah, that guy was going to have no problem.
No, not at all. I mean, Bezos could fall.
You want $1 billion? Take $1 billion.
Bezos could fall in the Atlantic and find a
mermaid,
a supermodel to drag him out. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. So to the game.
To the game.
It was a very exciting game, and the game coverage is brought to you today by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. Our buddy Herbert may need one today.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a little rib injury. We'll talk about the game after you tell us about Greystone.
Justin Herbert needs to go see our guy, Dr. Lee at Greystone Chiropractic. I trust my family to go trust Dr. Lee with my family at Greystone Chiropractic. You can too. GreystoneChiropractor.com. 205-981-8090 is the number. Not only can you go get loosened up, get those neck and back issues taken care of, get properly aligned like I have, but they also have the Element Wellness Center, which includes IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting. Guys and ladies, it's everything there at Greystone Chiropractic. Visit them. Highway 119 just off of 280. They were right off 280 in Tattersall Park right there in their brand new gorgeous facility. Or you can see more, GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
First off, I thought the Chargers looked really, really good last night, but the Chiefs continue to have no problem with offensive football. 8 different players caught not one pass, multiple passes last night. But it's not the first time Mahomes has done that. So it's not just a Tyreek Hill is gone situation. Mahomes is great, and they have so many weapons to distribute the football too.
Yeah, look, this Chiefs team is good. I really believe the Chargers are a better team, though. You know,
I think they are too. Without the pick six, Chargers, I think, win that game.
Games in Arrowhead, yeah. Without the pick six, I think they win the game. They had a double-digit second-half lead that they blew. Justin Herbert continues to get better and better. That interception is not on him. Austin Eckler, a little surprised that he was unable to run the football effectively last night. That was probably the big difference outside of the pick. I mean, one turnover that entire game, it goes 99 yards. Jalen Watson, the guy that made the pick. I mean, a great story. Did you guys hear the backstory on him?
He's a 7th-round pick. He's barely gets drafted.
So he got recruited by USC, couldn't make his grades. So he went back home. His mom was managing a Wendy's. He went to work at Wendy's. He got his grades up, went to Washington State, got drafted in the 7th round of this year's draft, and was starting because of an injury.
Yep.
And gets a pick six, man. I mean, that's what's great about sports, moments like that. Gerald Everett, a guy that played for my Rams and played for Seattle last year. I know a guy pretty well that played at South Alabama with him. He said Gerald Everett, one of the most talented guys he's ever played with. Lazy guy, though. Yeah. And I understand he was trying to tap out. Staley, obviously,
your coach.
He didn't see it, though. And Everett still doesn't run around. And then Everett just doesn't even think about going after Watson.
I think he's got to think my quarterback knows I'm gassed. Yeah,
he's gassed. I can't move, but my legs are dead at
but
that
look,
point.
He's worried about his mouthpiece.
Well, he's dropping. I mean, he's falling apart.
He's not going to catch the guy.
It's on your coaching.
But still run the right route.
I know you say he
you
couldn't.
Can't. If your legs are dead, your legs are dead.
He's exhausted. He's trying to come out of the game.
It was a 1 yard out.
Your coaching.
It was a 1 yard in.
It's on your coaching staff.
Yeah, it should have been a 1 yard in.
It's on your coaching staff. You've got to have a coaching staff paying attention to this kind of stuff. Somebody, if it's not Staley, I get it that he's calling plays. Somebody's got to be in his ear saying, we got to slow down. Everett needs out of the game.
That's right.
Okay.
You're
That's right.
so intent.
This isn't 1966 where it's like, suck it up, son. Yeah. Get out there.
Let's say it's on Staley. We'll go with that. Anyway, that one play could actually decide home field advantage, who wins that conference. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about, in week 2. I mean, that was a huge, huge play.
Yeah, and Ashley, you've worked out, Ashley. I mean, you've been just totally exhausted. You can't move one more step. Your legs are.
I agree with that.
Well, hit the ground then.
I agree with that.
I pulled a hamstring. Sorry, Coach. Pulled a hamstring.
That doesn't happen to Travis. I don't like Travis Kelce. I loved what Derwin James did to him last night.
Suplexed him?
Yeah, it was unbelievable. But Travis Kelce, tired, still makes that. Makes that play.
I don't disagree. I mean, Everett does have to take some blame there. You got to push through and do something. But. I mean, the coaching staff has got to be more aware of the situation, not to continue to go, hurry up. You're right. That probably the ultimate thing is Everett just fall down. And when you get to the sideline and the coach is bitching at you because you slowed us down, you got to tell him, I was tapping out.
And you wouldn't tap me out.
I'm exhausted. You got to slow this thing down.
Yeah, so many things in that game. Such a great NFL game last night. You can always follow us for NFL plays during the week. LT threw that play out yesterday at lanceslike.com. The new Players Club is up for 6 great plays in college football this week. It's on our video platform. You can check that out. Bama and Bourbon. I got some easy links for you in the top morning rounds right there at nextroundlive.com. Part of our show today being brought to you by our buddy Greg from Pell City. Greg, and Storm Restoration Roofing. They'll also bring you later in the show Rockstar's Playhouse. So around 12:15, 12:20, if you have to bounce away at some point throughout the day, make sure you're back around then, and we'll do the Rockstar Playhouse today. As always, brought to you by Storm Restoration Roofing and our buddy Greg Nelson. Respected roofing contractors. They're not easy to find. Here's breaking news. A lot of them aren't very good at what they do. Greg Nelson's been doing this a long time. He's a trustworthy local guy who can take care of your roof. Remember Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. Next time you have roof damage, call him first. The phone number, really easy to remember, especially if you write it down like me, 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or just go to Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Insurance companies trust him, so you got that in your back pocket. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. And listen, he'll give you a free, no-cost inspection on your roof right now. Right now. It's Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City, 205-542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. Hey, real quick before we set the table on what's to come on the show today, if you're looking for new gear, these cool hats have come into the store. It's a good golf look. It's a good party look, good on the boat. We've got them in this white.
I love this.
Black.
You know what happened the other day? John Parker Wilson was in studio.
What are you talking about? Nextround.store for this beautiful hat, by the way.
And he went and he was like, man, I love that white rope hat. And he put it on, and Dunaway went, And he was like, well, I'm not going to get that one because you kind of.
That's not true. That's not true.
That is true.
Didn't we
That's not
sell
true.
out of those already once? I think we've already sold out of them once.
John Parker went straight to that hat. I thought it looked good on him, and you gave him a
Oh, did he
I
really?
tried to push him to the black one.
It's because you did not want to have the same hat as John Parker Wilson. That's what happened.
I had to wait. I can only get a hat. I got,
Oh, here we go. I know what's about to happen.
Reed slowed me down in the store a little bit. He was like, back it off a little bit, Jim. So I was waiting for 2 weeks before I got my next piece of gear, and this was the one I had my eye on. Yeah, I didn't want John Parker to have the same hat. We may show up in the press box in Tuscaloosa in the same hat.
Yeah, I don't think
I
he's
need it
going to be
more than
wearing
he
that.
does. Yeah.
So you're limited to every 2 weeks now?
Well, I don't know. It's just I have to reset every now and then. I have to let a little gap pass.
They put one of those little scissors up when Dunaway goes in. It goes ding, just like the convenience store.
I mean, look, when
so
I do see something new pop up like that hat, I do want to go in and grab one.
Yeah, me too. Well,
I just don't have any room
eventually-
for hats anymore.
I was going with the red one, which I haven't gotten to Battle Red yet. But you had it on last night, and I was like, should I go Battle Red? And I said, nah, let's promote this one on the air today. So I'm trying to help Reed out today, doing a favor for Reed.
No,
so
that's-
I wore the white one today.
That's a good looking hat. It really is.
Comes in, what would you call that, Lunsford? Can you turn Lunsford's mic on? There's a black one, a white one. What's that middle color? What would you call that?
I would call that a
Mint?
green.
Seafoam.
Mint green
Is it mint?
seafoam.
Seafoam.
I don't know what it's actually
Perfect
called,
for
but
the
yeah.
ladies.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Yeah, it's a good looking hat, man. Good looking hat right there. All right.
That's a good winter white for you, by the way.
Thank you. It's a good golf hat today is what it is. A little bit later on.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You played yesterday, too, didn't you?
No, not yesterday. I played 2 days ago. I just got some videos out yesterday that I wasn't able to get on Wednesday.
Boy, poor Brown can't play anymore.
I know. It's senior year for his daughter. He's got a young kid. He's got a lot going on at the house.
We got a little business we own.
Yeah, got a lot going on at the house.
Out.
Here's who's coming up. Henry Toa, right? Next segment.
That is correct, Jim.
So we'll talk to the Alabama linebacker about the survival of Austin and what's next for this Crimson Tide team. Hey, newsflash, defense played great in Austin, kept them in the football game down the stretch, right? All those red zones holding them to field goals.
People are getting on Pete Golding. Now, the secondary wasn't great, but that front seven, I thought, was maybe the difference in you winning the game or not because Bijan Robinson never got loose.
Hey, go back and by the way, go back and look at how many times they were in the red zone and walked away with a field goal or nothing. Pretty big get there. Of course, same thing happened to Alabama a little bit on the other side. Missed some opportunities there, ended up with field goals. Tyler Watts is with us at 12 noon today. And later on at 10 o'clock, we'll get into our pick three. That's already up at nextroundlive.com. You can jump on the website, look for that big Buffalo Wild Wings pick three logo, go and make your plays right there. I'm going to tell you, gambling-wise, the toughest week in the pick six that I can remember.
Interesting. I'll need to go look at this.
I love this card. And again, on Saturdays, try to be transparent. First Saturday, I was 3-4. Last Saturday, 4-5. I feel
So you're
great.
2 games below 500.
No, because my Thursday nights, my Friday nights.
But on Saturdays.
Yeah, on Saturdays.
Yeah, on Saturday day games.
But I have a winning record in college football this year.
Okay.
I've got a winning record in the NFL.
It's a good Saturday.
What I was going to say is I've never had, in the 7 years of doing the website, an undefeated Saturday. I've had plenty of undefeated Sundays. Tomorrow might be my day.
I've just told you, toughest Saturday I can remember in the Pick 3. Like if any of you are 3-0 with a ball in the bucket this past week. We had 67 the first week. Lunsford, if you can hit Lunsford's mic one more time. Do you know how many 3 balls we got in the bucket last week?
I haven't counted, but I'll let you know.
I think I might have been 3-0 last week.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I know I had Air Force.
We just assume your balls are in the bucket, right?
Yeah, no, I had Air Force and BYU. I just don't remember my third.
Yeah. Well, there's always a lot of 2-1s. The road to 3-0 are littered with 2-1s every week. So go play the Pick 3 right there at nextroundlive.com. As we head to break here, Brown, tell us about our friends at Nichols Outfitters, and then we'll get to Henry Toa of Alabama coming up on the other side.
Yeah, Nichols getting ready for dove season right now, but they've also got those safes. Browning and Champion safes in stock on display at Nichols Outfitters. Gun safety is paramount to everyone, but especially Nichols Outfitters. They want your gun storage to play right into that and make it as safe as possible. Not just gun storage, though. You can safely secure your valuables, cash, gold, heirlooms, anything requiring additional security. Check through the new safe display room at Nichols Outfitters. Find the best safe for your home. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. And there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. With the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Back with you on the next round. Great football last night. We get back to the college game tonight. Florida State tries to stay hot at Louisville this evening, and a really great ground game of Air Force at Wyoming. 6:30 for the Florida State-Louisville game. 7 o'clock CBS Sports Network. Air Force and Wyoming, a quarterback change for Texas A&M. They're going with Max Johnson. More on that coming up a little bit later on.
Henry To'oto'o is about to join us. This is the next round presented by Bud Light, who reminds you, don't forget to decide to ride. Make a plan for a safe ride before ever taking the first drink. Bud Light always reminds you, decide to ride. Alabama linebacker Henry To'oto'o with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Henry. How are you today?
I'm good.
Good. We appreciate you coming on with us again. Listen, that was a wild game in Austin, Texas. As you guys broke down film and got your grades and looked at what happened, what did you learn about your defense from that game Saturday?
Man, that game was definitely crazy. I ain't gonna lie. Definitely one for the books. But one big takeaway was just doing our jobs, playing fundamental football. And just all being on the same page. That I think that was one of the biggest keys. They gave us a lot of different looks that, we didn't really see throughout film. Coach Sark did a good job and, they had a great team. But just being on the same page, everybody communicating well, trying to get everybody on the same page, all 11 guys doing the same thing. But one thing we did learn was we're resilient. And that's one thing that definitely, we're taking and put it under our belt. So any other situation that we run into, we're able to fight, scratch, claw, and get out of a close game.
Yeah, you talk about resiliency. Most teams, almost all teams that would have 15 penalties and have to have 6 consecutive punts going on the road to a Big 12 school like Texas, you wouldn't come out of there with a win. So I guess there was some relief. What was the locker room like after the game?
We definitely weren't celebrating. We definitely weren't happy about it. We all understood we had a defensive meeting. We called up a defensive meeting after the game and talked about that wasn't our standard. That's not how we play football. No matter where we're at, no matter if we're on the road, if we're at home or just playing in somebody's backyard, that's not Alabama football. And we understood that. And, I think we did a great job of this week. But it's not only just, applying it this week, but, next week, the week after, all season long. And that was kind of, my message to the team was just, we got to be consistent now. We can't just come into a game thinking, we're Alabama and we can just run the table, and it's never going to be like that.
Listen, man, I thought y'all saved the win. Keep him out of the end zone, holding him to field goals a couple of times. Henry To'oTo'o is with us on the next round as we talk as Alabama moves on to play ULM and then Vandy and then a big game with Arkansas. All the time we talk about you learn from a loss. You learn from a loss. And for a lot, the Alabama standard, this felt almost in between a win and a loss. Is there some value in practice this week? Did you notice a rededication from a spirit in practice this week from the guys?
Yeah, definitely. We even you can tell, like, last week wasn't probably our best week of practice. Last week was kind of a drop off. So, we didn't do well in practice, so we didn't do well in the game. Offensively and defensively. So the guys did a great job of responding. We did a great job as a leadership group trying to get everybody rallied together to be able to just play and focused in on their job. And, one thing that coach told us, and, we know it as a team, it's not our effort, it's not our strain. It's just being mentally locked into what we got to do as a team. And, I think the more we lock in, the more we, study our plays, study the opponent and know what they're going to do, we'll be good. So I think we did a great job this week. I think everybody took the challenge, but it's not just this week. It's, all season long until we're done playing football.
Henry To'oTo'o is with us. This is the next round presented by Bud Light, who reminds you, decide to ride. Make a plan before you ever drink alcohol. Decide to ride with Bud Light. Henry is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Obviously, he did not get to play the entire game, but I think everyone was impressed with Quinn Ewers. I don't know what you guys expected out of Quinn Ewers. What did you think of his play early on?
Yeah, he was good. He was really, really good. He knew where the ball was supposed to go. He knew where his guys were going to be, which checks to make. He did a great job preparing, and he's a great player. And I hope he recovers well and he comes back this season and finishes off strong. He's a great player, and we respect him. We really do. So all props to him and his preparation and his skill set. He's a great player. They're a great team. So I think when he comes back, they'll be able to finish their season off strong.
Henry, I think that we don't know what we're talking about, but we try to make predictions that sound good. So last Friday, we were talking, hey, Pete Golding, you can let us behind the curtain now that you guys have won, you've survived this game, but Pete Golding, the defense is going to be all about stopping Bijan Robinson, and they're going to allow Quinn Ewers to take these shots. And if Quinn Ewers is able to beat them, so be it. But it's all about slowing down Bijan Robinson. Were we totally off there?
No, you guys are right. Bijan was definitely a huge part of the offense. You guys know what you guys talking about.
But I mean, there are games coming up. Arkansas, for instance, and down the road, it's SEC football, and then the postseason that you will be faced with an All-American style physical running back. It's got to be something you guys learned about your front seven to really keep maybe one of the best running backs in the country in check, right? That there's lessons to be learned there. Maybe a little, okay, we got that in our back pocket. We know we got that game.
Yeah, I mean, and that just all comes back down to, just fundamental football, playing your gap, doing your job. So, definitely that was a huge test for us. So being able to play a running back like him, and in my opinion, he's the best running back in the country. So being able to play somebody like him and being able to just go throughout the weeks and the games and being able to stop other running backs, that was a huge blessing for us.
Now, listen, we're very honest on this show about NIL deals and such, and you're here with us, part of an NIL deal, and we're watching yesterday, and there's you and a couple other players, and Bryce, you're in the NIL stratosphere. You guys are up there, and then he brings those Beats headphones in yesterday for everybody, and there was some excitement in the locker room. Tell me just, I guess the media had made it out that there'd be division in the locker room over some players making a certain amount of money and some players making a different amount of money. But you guys look like you're fired up every time somebody brings in a double cheeseburger that's given, that's part of an NIL deal. It seems like it's bringing the team closer together instead of ripping it apart.
Yeah, I mean, we do a great job of, as a team, just being able to, not worry about the NIL stuff. Coach does a great job, and I think it's just the atmosphere and the culture that we have as a team. We know it's bigger than just NIL. We know it's bigger than money and how much people make. We're a team. We're brothers. We go out there and fight. We're Alabama. And when somebody else brings in something, we're happy. Like when Bryce brings those in, we all celebrated. We're all laughing, joking around with each other. So, NIL is just, it's just another addition to, your own personal life. So definitely it doesn't separate our team. We're probably closer than we've ever been. So, it's a blessing.
The good news is you guys are 2-0. The interesting thing is your defense is yet to force a turnover. Was that an emphasis this week you guys talked about going into La Monroe?
Oh, definitely. You sound like, I ain't gonna lie, you sound like Coach.
All right. There's no turnovers.
That's definitely, we went 2 weeks without a turnover. So that's definitely an emphasis. We emphasize that every single day. Throughout practice, we have our practice sheets and our stats from practice, how many tackles, how many forced fumbles we had. So definitely that's been huge on us, trying to just get, interceptions, ripping the ball off. So that's definitely a huge part. Playing good defense, you need to cause turnovers to get the offense the ball. So that's definitely that needs to be a focus of ours.
I just stumbled into this. Do you do a Nick Saban impersonation?
No. He too much.
Somebody
is Ezel still on the staff?
Oh, Rob Ezel?
Yeah.
No, he went to. I think he left. He used to do the go.
His was incredible.
Yeah, his was incredible. Is there anybody that does one? Is there anybody on the team that does one?
Oh, see Jordan Battle. Jordan Battle told the D's joke. See that's
yeah.
Give me a good battle. You can do it. Give me a good battle D's joke.
That's Jordan Battle right there.
That's Jordan's game.
Oh, it's fantastic. All right, he is Henry To'oTo'o. Alabama takes on ULM this weekend. Bryant-Denny Stadium, 3 o'clock kick for the Crimson Tide. You can see the game, by the way, SEC Network on that one, 3 o'clock SEC Network for Bama and ULM. Thank you so much for the time, Henry. Have a great week. We'll see you next Friday right here on the show.
All right, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Henry To'oTo'o with us on the next round, presented by Bud Light, who reminds you, decide to ride. Here's what you do when you're out. You make a plan before you ever take that first sip of alcohol. Decide to ride. That's what our friends at Bud Light remind you to do. Henry on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I was hoping you were going to go. I got one for you. Imagine Dragons. You like Imagine Dragons? Imagine me dragging these nuts.
Yeah, I don't want to say that to Henry.
Yeah, you come through that screen. Just great insight from him and the practice and the emotions of practice this week for Alabama as they get ready for ULM.
I thought that was interesting, him describing, this shows you just kind of the Alabama standard. He's like, there was no celebration in the locker room. We weren't celebrating that win. We knew we did not play up to a standard.
Part of the show, speaking of a standard, our friends at Bromberg's have had one for over 100 years now.
Yeah, since 1836, Dunaway. Look, if you're thinking about popping the question, you need to go see our friends at Bromberg's. They are your diamond specialist, family-owned and operated again since 1836. They've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store. Go to brombergs.com.
Bama fan 1972. Enjoy the interviews with Henry. Robbie, Henry's a great interview, guys. Michael, best NIL guest in the history of your show.
Wow.
No, he is good, man. He's engaged. He laughs. He has fun with us.
Yeah, good
nice
insight.
guy.
Yeah, really nice guy there. We appreciate him taking the time to be with us on Busy Friday, every Friday for those guys. Okay, college football tonight. I am interested in a little bit in both games. I think the Florida State-Louisville game is going to be competitive tonight. I don't know how much Wyoming doesn't look like this is their best team. Illinois ran through them, which means Air Force should have a field day tonight. If you're doing daily fantasy with our friends at DraftKings or somebody, you can jump on there and enjoy probably a lot of wins with Air Force running the football tonight. Am I right? Am I right about that? That you think much more competitive the 6:30 ESPN game, Florida State Louisville? Air Force should run Wyoming off the field.
Can I give you an Air Force stat?
Yeah, please.
That might blow you away.
Please.
Minnesota is number 2 in the nation in rush yards per game, the per game average. They're at 302.
They're averaging 302 yards per game.
Per game. That is number 2 in the nation.
Behind Air Force?
Behind Air Force. What do you think Air Force is averaging? Number 2 in the nation, remind you, 302 a game.
Usually the separation is going to be just a few yards. I'd say 309.
What would you guess?
I go 295.
508.
508. So there's a gap between 1 and 2.
By the way, there's a 206 yard per game gap between 1 and 2.
So you're telling me there's not a lot of air in the force this year. So a lot of ground force.
I mean, they have run the ball 132 times. The next closest, some people have played 3 games. The next closest anybody's played 3 games is Minnesota. I mean, they just run the ball all over the field.
Yeah, Air Force was one of my big plays last weekend, and I watched a lot of that game and against Colorado, and they completely gashed that team. Air Force is a team that we talked about in the offseason. Troy Calhoun's done a great job with this program, and they might be favored in every single game. They could be a team at the end of the year. They've got a couple of difficult games, but they could be a team at the end of the year when you start to look at San Diego State, how they've struggled, how Boise State has struggled. I'll say it right now. I think Air Force, the Army game is going to be tricky. They get by Army, and which I think they will. I think Air Force goes undefeated this year.
Undefeated. No BYU on their schedule anymore?
Nope. No. Yeah, but it's not going to be an undefeated that gets you in any sort of playoff discussion. No,
but they could be New Year's Six.
Yeah, I don't think they'll play a top 25 team all year long.
You started that conversation with your hand like this, and I couldn't tell whether or not from my angle whether you're on. I had to look at the screen to see if you were on the phone or not. I was like, is he doing a phone call? And the show at the same time.
You were the one that did a phone call live on the air.
That's true. Last night, order
so
beer.
Don't be dogging me out.
Well, I was just trying to order us another pitcher of beer last night in our Bud Light game night show.
No, they're not going to face a top 25 team all year. Air Force is not, so they could go undefeated, no doubt.
All right, so football tonight. More on those games coming up, and when we come back, we'll talk about the quarterback change in College Station and some more. College football news as we get to the pick 3 at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you in part by the great folks at Sympio LT. Sympio can help you on several fronts with your business. Big or small, Sympio can hook you up.
Yeah, I had a meeting with Blake and the guys the other day. Do such a fantastic job. It's really turnkey. And one of the first calls we made here on the next round was to Blake and Sympio. They're going to take care of all the BS in every single office. When your business joins Sympio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Sympio, you gain access to healthcare and employee benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Sympio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Sympio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Sympio has a 99% retention rate. Call them today for more information. 205-635-7467 or online, Sympio.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling, bringing us this change in quarterbacks from College Station. LT, tell us about Redmont, and we'll get to Jimbo's choice.
Hey, the weekend is here. You need to stop in to your local package store like Pink Package or the Beverage Place, an ABC store. Pick up a bottle of Redmont Vodka. If you're out at a local restaurant or bar, ask for it by name. It is locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, and again, available in 20 states. It is Redmont Vodka.
All right, man. Give me a reaction to word coming out that Jimbo Fisher is making a change at quarterback, that Max Johnson is going to be the guy this week against Miami.
My reaction is Haynes King has not looked good. 3 touchdowns, 2 picks over his first 2 games. He's got a 33 total QBR, which is the lowest amongst SEC quarterbacks. They're 103rd nationally in total offense. You got to try to inject some kind of spark in this offense, and I think it'll ultimately happen. I love Texas A&M in this spot tomorrow.
I mean, we have seen Max Johnson. He looks like an upgrade. Who's got more passing yards, Haynes King or Bryce Young?
I would say it's close.
If I hadn't asked, would you have said
Bryce Young
in a heartbeat, right?
See, I tried to.
This is the weird thing about this. Go ahead.
I try to always, when you ask this, I know you're setting me up for a wow stat the opposite way. I try to go like with the Air Force stat before the break. You know, I knew it was going to be something extraordinary, but I tried to go what I would have.
200's extraordinary.
What I would have said if you had just asked me, what's the separation between 1 and 2 in rushing?
Right.
I would have said about 7 to 20 yards.
Yeah.
And not 200.
206.
Yeah. In this situation, I would say Bryce Young's the defending Heisman Trophy winner. He leads Haynes King in passing.
Yeah, 461 pass yards by Haynes King, 408 for Bryce Young.
That's shocking.
It is shocking. And King's completed 64% of his passes. It's not that they're awful.
Yeah, but it's only 230 a game, though.
Well, yeah, but it's more than Bryce Young.
Yeah, but I mean, Bryce also ran for 100 yards in week 1. He didn't play the entire game.
I'm just making a point. His yards per attempt are 9. I mean, that's not awful.
Yeah.
He's not doing awful things. Now, he's 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. That's
yeah. Well,
that's bad.
That is bad. But
yeah.
also, this is one of those that we would file under stats are for losers.
Well, right.
I mean,
you've lost a game.
You watch
Yes.
Haynes King, and he has, even in the win, he didn't look good.
But here's the thing, Lance. This is almost a no-win spot for Jimbo Fisher now. Jimbo Fisher can't worry about this kind of crap. He's got to do what it takes to win games. But this is almost a no-win spot for him because if Max Johnson is really successful, you're like, how did you pick Haynes King?
Well,
why has Haynes King been the starter?
I just don't like the timing of it all because you lost a game, right?
Right.
And now every Tom, Dick, and Harry, Jane and Jill are calling in shows, posting on boards, are telling their friends, we need to switch quarterbacks. We need to we need to switch. I mean, the booster is even sitting there going, I mean, hot damn. We're paying this guy $8.5 million. He's letting Jane down at the office pool decide who our quarterback's going to be. Sweetie, get me another bourbon. I mean,
Buckshot Walker is back.
We're paying him millions of dollars, and it's like he's letting all of us decide who his quarterback. I would have respected Jimbo more if he had come out and said, "Listen, we're coaching the freaking team. We decided who the quarterback is. It's Haynes King. Haynes King isn't the reason why we lost this football game. Maybe it's me, maybe it's Haynes, maybe it's the other effort we're getting, but we have made a decision on the starting quarterback. We're going to stick with Haynes King this week. He lost the game. Everybody in America has said Haynes King ain't it. And now the guy we're paying $8.5 million or $9.5 million or $10 million is letting Jane down at the office pool decide who's going to be the quarterback.
I am going to back up Jimbo on this. Jimbo, it'd be one thing if he relinquished play calling duties after people pushed and that question was asked and he said everything's being evaluated. But back to it, he did say every position is being evaluated this week. And I think when they looked at it, we thought Max Johnson was probably going to be the starting quarterback to begin with. Why would you not give him a shot and just see what happens?
People want us to get you an actual cigar to use for that. Are we going to keep the character going?
I'll just go no.
Okay.
I'll lose the pen. I'll just go fake everything here.
All right.
Cigarette. I'll go like this. No,
that's always
my
cigar.
joint.
That's your joint.
Yeah,
He's always going to be cigar.
That's my joint there.
Lance, if this goes bad,
cigarette will be this.
If they don't improve, or if it gets worse, which I don't think it can get worse, but if they don't improve, you've got a real problem now. You've changed. You've played the card, right? You've changed quarterbacks, and now here come Arkansas, Mississippi State, Alabama, South Carolina, Ole Miss, Florida, the rest of that schedule, and you haven't improved the situation.
Tyler Van Dyke has lost his best wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Henry Parrish is going to have to take the offense over for Miami. I think this is a 21-point win for Texas.
You think
A&M.
a beatdown?
Wow.
But do you think it's going to give them a false sense of security, or do you think they've made a change that's going to really change this team?
I think this is the best thing that probably can happen for Arkansas.
Yeah.
As Texas A&M goes out, it looks like a new look. It looks like Max Johnson's this guy that's going to get the offense going. I think Texas A&M is going to have offensive problems all year. I just think this is a really good primetime spot for them against Miami.
What if it's not, though?
Well, then they got issues.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a long year.
Legitimately, you could start 1-5 because you get into this quarterback dilemma where you're going back and forth, and neither one of these guys has got any confidence, and you got no rhythm in that offense. By the way, Mike Elko leaving, I think that's going to be a factor ultimately, too. Mike Elko can obviously coach.
He's 2-0 at Duke. He's 2-0, right?
Yeah.
At Duke.
But I mean,
one of those wins is Northwestern. That's a good win.
He's on the defense. The defense doesn't look bad.
Yeah, but the defense really hasn't played anybody. I mean, I guess against Chase Bryce, they look pretty good. But of course, North Carolina's defense is garbage.
I mean, Appalachian State scored 17 and beat them. They scored 61 against our buddy Gene Chiswick the week before.
Well, I think Elko's better than Chiswick.
I still think that is going to be a factor once you get into conference play.
I was surprised to learn last night during the Amazon game that this is the Herb Street game. So all this is going to go down on the Herb Street Fowler game. Now it's ESPN, not ABC.
5 o'clock or 8 o'clock? 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, late night,
Yeah, ESPN with the Fowler Herb Street crew. I knew Fowler wasn't going to go from Boone, North Carolina to Seattle, Washington for that 6:30 ABC game.
That's asking a lot.
Yeah, that's going to be the Sean McDonough, Todd Blackledge game there most likely. All right, so that's a little bit on the quarterback change there. A lot more college football right after LT tells us about our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, again, 969-8100. That is the call you need to make. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, if you've been procrastinating, you wear the contacts and solution, you're wasting money each and every year. I did it myself. I finally went in over 2 decades ago, got screened out, got the procedure done. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind, didn't even realize it. Make the call that I made, 969-8100, Michelson Laser Vision. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Yeah, Patrick, you're right. Luke Combs, guest picker tomorrow on game day. Yeah, ice cold beers never let me down either. He'll make the picks tomorrow so much better than Harlow. That's on game day tomorrow. Forrester, can you give me the reaction? Now, I think it's a cut. Tyler, I think it's a cut. The reaction from the Alabama guys getting the beats. I've lost my sheet here. Hold on.
Jim has lost
Here
his
we
way.
go. It is Cup four, my friend. If you give me Cup 4. We mentioned the NIL deal. We're going to go sound up here, but we'll keep talking. This is the reaction as Bryce Young gives every member of the Alabama football team new Beats by Dre headphones, part of his NIL deal. Kendrick Blackshear, Malachi Moore, Terrion Arnold are the guys who share their instant reaction. Listen in.
Hold on, what the beat at? Hold on. Yeah. Hey, he got us beat. I'm telling you. Big bro got us beat. I'm telling you. Thank you.
Oh! Yeah! Appreciate you, my boy. Yeah!
Hey,
Bryce. Yeah!
Beats by Bryce. Yeah. I mean, that's great. I mean, that brings the locker room together.
Now, I do have to say that Caleb Williams did this at USC back in the spring game.
No. But
and they went nuts, too. I mean,
sure.
this is really – it's a cool act. And, you always hear quarterbacks taking their offensive line to dinner and, running backs buying the offensive line watches and things like that. But now that these guys have got money, I think it does bring a team together.
I was talking to somebody very close to the Alabama program not long ago, and they made the point that Bryce Young and Will Anderson combined are somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 to $6 million in NIL deals. Significant number, right? I think the Alabama team is around $9 million. Those two account for about $5 million of it.
Yeah.
And I said, who are the two most popular players in that locker room? And that person said, probably Bryce Young and Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Well, and I think for a couple of reasons.
Yeah.
I mean, I think more so.
One for what we just saw.
But great leadership and incredible players.
But for all the people that said this is going to be the downfall of football, those guys are making $5 million. Look at that reaction.
Yeah, and it helps, man. I mean, just when we get people bring us food and stuff up here, man, I get fired up. I'm like, thank you guys, man. Thank you. That's awesome. All right, that's 1 hour down. When we come back, we'll get into our pick 3. We'll start that conversation coming up the other side. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie.ag.
MyBookie.ag wants to remind you, Jimmy Dunaway, that week 3 of the NFL or the college football season starts over the weekend. Week 2 of the NFL. It is a great time to get on board with MyBookie.ag and get that double deposit bonus. It is quick and easy. $250 deposit gets $500 in your account instantly. You can use those funds to bet on as many games, contests, and props as you desire. To claim that bonus, register today using the promo code NEXTROUND. That is promo code NEXTROUND. This is designed to add more excitement to the games and sports you love. Promo code NEXTROUND doubles your money up to $1,000 with MyBookie.ag. Week 2 of the NFL, Week 3 of college football right around the corner. Start your winning season today. Exclusively at MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND, MyBookie.ag. Double that deposit with code NEXTROUND.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham. Things change fast these days. One thing that hasn't changed is our newest partner's dedication to serving you. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round, and I want to tell you about our friends at Better Business Bureau. BBB has been the beacon of trust and champion of marketplace principles, serving businesses and consumers locally for 70 years. BBB is focused on ethical business standards, including integrity, transparency, trustworthiness, and honesty. And they have something for everyone with tools like BBB Business Profiles, accreditation, scam tracker, get a quote, trusted reviews, dispute resolution, and more. You can be sure to find a trusted partner with BBB. Whether you need a trustworthy business to help you complete the next item on your honey-do list, need help avoiding scams, want to share feedback about a recent experience with a local business, or want to bolster your brand standing in the marketplace by becoming BBB accredited, BBB is here to serve you. With countless consumer resources and a menu of member benefits for businesses, they truly are a one-stop shop for your customer and business needs. Go to bbb.org and see what you've been missing.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499, stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Okay, hour number 2 on this Friday, week 3 of college football. We'll do the headlines first, and it'll be brought to you by the great folks with our friends at the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. The Next Round brought to you in part today by Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is actually a blend of 3 different kinds of tequilas, the Extra Añejo, the Añejo, and the Reposado. They blend those tequilas together in a new European oak barrel, double filter it to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Listen, I've tasted a lot of tequila in my life. Nothing better than the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. It is crystal clear in appearance, smooth and crisp in the finish, the taste from Maestro Dobel. It's the perfect tequila for sipping and mixing right there, our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Last night, excitement in the NFL. It saw the Chiefs beat the Chargers 27-24. Update on Justin Herbert there. He does have a rib injury, getting x-rays to find out more on if that's going to keep him out of the game. There's one point I thought they should have taken him out of the game, and then after that, he threw a perfect pass for a touchdown.
Well, they've got one of the highest paid backups in the history of the NFL in Chase Daniel as his backup.
$43 million he's made.
That's what Daniel has made. Did you look it up last night?
No, I saw somebody tweet it out.
How many starts does he have? It's just a handful,
Yeah,
right?
a handful, 2 or 3. I'll say this. It was the weirdest, and I was going to tweet this out, but I was too lazy to do it last night.
Those tweets
Honestly,
are tough.
it was the weirdest sequence that I have seen in 2 plays. Justin Herbert had about 7 yards in front of him on a 3rd and 1 to scramble and get the first down. Doesn't the very next play because he can't even walk or move.
And he does this to throw it away.
The very next play, the 36-yard pass that he threw on 4th down.
The money.
It was the best pass I've seen this entire year.
It's the best pass I've seen him throw his whole career.
Like, honestly, that would be like you could sit somebody 36 yards away, apple on head, he takes apple
No
off.
doubt about it, and splits the apple in half.
Yeah.
I mean, it was an incredible pass.
So how do you go from that sequence, literally one minute apart from not being able to scramble to get a yard to throwing that 36-yard
Dunaway has diagnosed it as a broken rib, and I just wonder sometimes maybe...
I'd say cartilage damage.
Oh, cartilage damage. Dr. Dunaway. You wonder sometimes if, like, maybe it gets adjusted and it feels okay for a second, and it readjusts and it hurts. I don't know. But you're right. Those were weird back-to-back plays. We were discussing this before the show. What if that were a quarterback that Derwin James had done that to instead of Travis Kelce? What's the suspension? I mean, I'm just saying, Lance, quarterback flushed the pocket, and he picks him up and slams him.
I think it was Charles Martin, and this is back in the 80s for Green Bay on Jim McMahon.
I remember the play, yeah.
Yeah, and I think he got suspended back then.
Yeah.
You're suspended, $100,000 fine.
Isn't
probably.
that wild?
Yeah.
And Kelce, they don't even throw the flag.
Yeah, I compared it to we don't call fouls on Shaq back in the day because he's a big man in the paint.
Yeah. And I had no problem with them not. It's football. I mean, I had no problem with them not flagging it. But, I mean, my gosh, if it's a quarterback, they put the guy into the jail.
It was better than Monday Night Raw, whatever it is. I mean, it was a great slam down.
Suplex.
It was really, really good. Football tonight, Florida State and Louisville, 6:30 ESPN, Air Force, Wyoming, 7 o'clock CBS Sports Network. Just talked about Texas A&M switching quarterbacks. Max Johnson getting the start for the Aggies as they battle Miami. Primetime, 8 o'clock on ESPN Saturday night. Bob Stoops and the Nebraska job. He got asked about it. He says, not me, man. It's not me. Nebraska's got a great following. It's going to be a great job for somebody, but it ain't me. I wonder if there was any buzz to them reaching out to Bob Stoops, but he, in an interview, said, it's not going to be me. I'm not interested in that job. Do you think Bob Stoops gets back in coaching at some point?
I don't know. He seems like he's having a good time. He seems
really
really relaxed.
He's coached those XFL teams and stuff like that.
Which is weird. But, I mean, he seems really relaxed. He's very good at cameo.
And I think he'll
Hey, listen, you just don't worry about your family. You go.
Honestly, you guys knew the whole story. I didn't know it. When I first saw it, I thought he was in on the joke.
Right.
I really did.
I think he is coaching in the new XFL, too, like he did the last time. I think he's going to be part of that. If I saw the list of coaches the other day.
Would it excite you? Would it excite you if
I was a Nebraska fan?
Well, yeah, a Nebraska fan it would. But, I mean, just like we're college football fans. Would that excite you to see Bob Stoops in Nebraska? Because I feel like I'd be getting late tired Bob Stoops, and I think that job needs much more than late and tired. It wouldn't excite me a whole lot. That's what I'm saying.
But sometimes your bigger name coaches, I don't want to go Brian. Who was it? It was Mike Leach. I don't want to go Mike Leach here, but as the head coach late at Oklahoma, I felt like he was a sweater wearer. I think Bob Stoops was the CEO of a really good coaching staff with Lincoln Riley.
That may be the
and
case.
Some defensive coordinators that would roll through there.
Well, you got to have much more than that at Nebraska. That is a harder job than it used to be.
All right, those are our headlines right there. Braves start a home series with the Phillies, and big series happening everywhere in Major League Baseball as we get down to the final 20 or so games to get to the playoffs there. That rolls out tonight. All right, I was told 40 pick 3 winners from last week. 40. So we had 61 in week 1. Only 40 of you got a ball in the bucket this past week.
It gets tougher, man.
It does get tougher every week. So far, we've got 107 balls in the bucket. Doesn't matter if you haven't played yet. or if you play every week. You only need one ball in the bucket to have a chance to win at the end, but as we always say, more balls in the bucket help you. I'll give you time. Can you find the Pick 3 song? You already have it ready to go?
Look at
Damn it, Tyler.
My gosh, he can play.
You're so good. Hit it, man.
Pick three, it's time for the pick three. 3 for you and 3 for me, that equals a pick 3. Say goodbye to your family, it's time for the pick 3. Only time that I'm happy is when it's time for pick 3.
And it's brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, 12 great locations in the Birmingham, Central Alabama area. Almost 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. Place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays is Buffalo Wild Wings. 2 new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. And don't forget, they've got that takeout available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app all weekend long.
Okay, you can always jump in on the show at 205-734-0923, 734-0923. But it's real easy to play the Pick 3 on our new format here, and that's at nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com. You click on the Pick 3 icon, and then you've got different pools named after everybody here on the show. You pick one of those pools, and you pick those 3 games. If you're 3-0, you got a ball in the bucket, and you win the grand prize at the end of the year. We're still throwing things into the grand prize package, so we'll tell you what it is when we do the drawing at the end of the year. But let's take Pool LT off the bat here. I mean, this is a tough week for me. You say not so tough. This is this pool. Penn State minus 3.5 at Auburn, Ole Miss minus 16.5 at Georgia Tech, and Purdue at Syracuse. Syracuse minus 1.5 as the home team. So road favorite, home favorite there in that scenario. Let's talk about those games. Let's go first with Ole Miss and Georgia Tech. I've said my piece on this all week. Ole Miss's quarterback play has been pedestrian at best. Mingo looked good last week, sort of turning around at the wide receiver. Really good run game. But I think Georgia Tech's defense and Jeff Collins wins this game outright over Ole Miss.
Oh, wow.
I play Georgia Tech here plus the 16.5.
I think 16.5 is too big, Lance. I don't see Georgia Tech winning.
Yeah, I think I would lay this. I think Jackson Dart is going to come out and play extremely well. When you look at the 2 quarterbacks, they haven't played great. Dart's completing 67% of his passes, but his QBR is much better than Altmaier. Altmaier completing less than 50% of his passes right now at 47%. And Georgia Tech is a double-digit home dog, double-digit home dogs this season, 2-7-1 against the number. And I brought this up yesterday to you on the Players Club. Brown, how about this? Georgia Tech is 10-25 against the number under Jeff Collins. That is the worst cover percentage in the ACC since Jeff Collins took the program over.
That is pretty bad there.
I will go a steak, a New York Butcher Shop steak, that Georgia Tech covers this game.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Georgia Tech.
Can I throw another one out while we're doing this real quick?
I got something on Georgia Tech.
I'll wait till you bring the game up, and because I think you like one side, I like the other.
I got something on Georgia Tech, and we love Jeff Collins. If he does not win this game, this
doesn't affect his road to Charlotte and the ACC championship.
It does not at all. But he would be 1-2, and their next 2 games are at UCF.
Right.
Really tough spot for them, Lance. They would be probably a 10-point dog at Central Florida.
Ooh,
8-point dog?
If they're 16.5 at home to Ole Miss, wouldn't Ole Miss and UCF be sort of close?
Well, I don't know. I'm asking Lance. What do you think it is? Georgia Tech at UCF? You don't think so.
No, I would say it's 13.5 to 14.
And then they're at Pitt?
14 to 17.
Yeah, I mean, so you start, and then Duke, who's been surprisingly good.
Where's that game?
I mean, that's in Atlanta. Like that matters.
Yeah, but I think Georgia
there.
Tech's only like a 4-point favorite.
Yeah, and then Virginia. I mean, it's going to start stacking up on Jeff Collins at some point, who's fighting for his job right now. I think you could make an argument. In terms of him being the coach at Georgia Tech, the biggest game he's coached there is Saturday against Ole Miss.
Man, I think Nebraska is obviously open. I think Missouri's going to end up open. I think Auburn's going to be open. I think Georgia Tech's going to be open. There's going to be some appealing jobs out there.
All right, so I've got Georgia Tech getting the 16.5 as they play at home in that one. Another one in that group is Purdue and Syracuse. Interesting matchup here because Purdue really, really good on the front seven. Syracuse has sort of gone to that Virginia Bronco Mendenhall, what he had at Virginia offense. And you're getting some great play from Garrett Schrader, the one-time Mississippi State quarterback.
Yeah, Garrett Schrader is playing great for Dino Babers. I mean, he's completing 79% of his passes, 5 touchdowns to no picks, Sean Tucker had such a great freshman year. The numbers have been a little pedestrian for Tucker so far, but this has become a balanced offense. And you look on the other side, obviously Aiden O'Connell is one of the better quarterbacks, not only in the Big Ten, but in college football. You've got a weapon in Charlie Jones. This game is so tough to dissect, completely stayed away from it. You did pick the tier that I don't really like either side of these games. I let you have Georgia Tech. I really don't like Ole Miss.
Right.
I don't like Georgia Tech, though.
Well, I'm telling you, this whole it's a tough pick six this week.
Okay, I've got 7 games that I love on the card tomorrow.
Okay.
So, there are difficult games, I'll give you that.
Okay. And the other one is Penn State and Auburn. Penn State minus 3.5. I think there's one thing that is absolute in college football right now is it's hard to go with James Franklin in a road game.
It is hard to go.
What's the record there? Yeah.
But I'll tell you this, 5-1 James Franklin is against the number in September since the start of last season. And Auburn has failed to cover in their last 5 non-conference games. I think this comes down to whoever runs football better. Tank Bigsby, 6.8 yards per carry. Nick Singleton, based on the big Ohio performance last week, 10.1 yards per carry. Better running back opens things up for the quarterback position. I do trust Sean Clifford a lot more than I trust what Auburn's got in either Finley or Ashford. I was going to play Auburn in this game. I've decided to back off. If I had to play a side, I would play Auburn based on home field advantage and Tank.
That's all. You at least give me Tank. Everybody I talk to says, I think Auburn beats Penn State. Why? Jordan-Hare Stadium.
No, Tank.
Yeah.
I mean, Tank is a guy that can take a game over.
You got to throw Hunter into the mix, too, because they do a pretty good job with the tandem.
Yeah, I'll give you that. They have got to get a semblance of quality play at quarterback, though. There is no threat right now.
There really isn't. I mean, that's one issue that's facing Alabama is they can't back the secondary off because they don't have a deep ball. I think the issue facing Auburn is the secondary just isn't threatened. It's not the fact that there's no deep ball. It's the fact that if I'm Penn State, I can come into this game like we just talked to Henry To'oTo'o about, and he said that was actually the game plan. Sell out, stop Bijan Robinson, see if Quinn Ewers can beat me. By the way, Quinn Ewers had a chance of beating Alabama.
Yeah, they were going to have to change that game plan at some point in that
That's
game
right.
if he hadn't gotten hurt.
That's right. If you're Penn State, sell out, stop Tank Bigsby. Can TJ Finley or Zach Calzada, if he happened to play, or Robbie Ashford, force them to change that game plan? They haven't shown any evidence they can.
Did you guys realize this is the first Big Ten team in history to play on the road at Auburn?
I did. I'd seen the headlines on that, and that's mind-boggling to me that you've gone this long in history and never had a Big Ten team on campus.
Now, in 1917, Ohio State played Auburn in Montgomery.
What was the conference?
I'd love to have a T-shirt from that game. I don't know.
That would have been in Auburn, though.
Well, it wasn't in Auburn. I guess they were still Big Ten.
Ohio State and Auburn in Montgomery.
In Montgomery.
Crampton Bowl,
I would assume.
Yeah.
The old Crampton Bowl, maybe, back then. I don't know. But
I don't know when it was built.
I mean, Auburn and Alabama used to play around the state a lot, Mobile and
Yeah, when Stan said that yesterday, I was like, really? There's never been a Big Ten team come to Auburn? And then I started thinking, I know there has in my lifetime.
Yeah, not in my career. I would.
It's not like a ton have come to Tuscaloosa, right?
When you start thinking of the teams that would have rolled in to play Auburn, you think of, you don't usually go to the top of the heap. You go to the bottom of the heap or middle of the heap of the Big Ten that an SEC team would host on campus.
Yeah.
And you instantly go, all right, here comes Penn State, but they weren't in. When they first started coming to Alabama,
they were independent.
They were independent.
Yeah. Maryland has come to Auburn, but they were either ACC or Metro at the time.
ACC at the time.
Yeah.
Alabama and Rutgers played each other a lot before Rutgers was in the Big Ten.
And we don't get a ton of Big Ten on SEC campus and vice versa. We just do not get a lot of that.
Yeah, well, and one more point to this game. I think the offense is going to be – points are going to be at a premium, and I think explosive plays are going to be huge. And I know Auburn hasn't really played great competition, but they've only allowed one rush of 10 or more yards. And so if they're able to limit Nick Singleton – I think Auburn's got a great chance at winning this game. Again, I lean Auburn, but I don't like it enough.
You're kind of saying whoever wins the rush battle wins this game, whether it's Bigsby or Singleton.
Well, one more pool that we'll get to in our pick 3, and we've got 6 of them up there you can choose from. Go to nextroundlive.com. It's brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Again, 12 great locations in the Birmingham, Central Alabama area, including those new locations in Chelsea and Oxford, the place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays. Buffalo Wild Wings, and don't forget the Takeout app is available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app all weekend long.
Hey, don't forget the Dunaway pool there is a tough one too, because ULM Alabama minus 49.5. You never know how to play that. The betting hack on Alabama in a game like this has always been Alabama first half. And give the points in the first half.
When it's a big number like that, you're saying?
Yeah.
Because obviously people will say, well, I didn't work in Austin last week, but that wasn't the type of game you're talking about.
Yeah,
You're talking about an inferior opponent.
Yeah,
like
I don't
this.
know what Alabama's goal in this game is.
That's
you
right.
know, it's just to stay healthy,
Well, I think
obviously.
you've got to get your offense on track, though, a little bit.
Michigan State and Washington.
That's a tough one.
Washington minus 3.5 when Michigan State has that AP number beside them. That's a tough game there. You got to lean on that one, LT? A thought on that one in Seattle?
I am going to play that game. It's interesting how this number has moved. You look at Michael Penix Jr., and again, they haven't played great competition, but he's back with Kalen DeBoer, who's now coaching Washington. And Penix Jr. looks like the Penix Jr. we saw when Indiana and Tom Allen had that really good year. He's 12th in QBR. Again, the competition hasn't been great. The thing is going to be Washington. It's going to come down to this. Washington's offensive line has only allowed 2 sacks. Michigan State is leading college football with 12 sacks. Penix Jr. can get that protection. I think Washington wins this game. If not, I like Michigan State.
The other game in that pool, Brown, is a tough one, too. SMU at Maryland, minus 2.5 Maryland there against Rhett Lashley and SMU. So far, so good for Rhett Lashley.
Yeah, he's played well. And it's not a game I had given much thought about, but Jeff threw it out to us yesterday, SMU Maryland, and my gut reaction was taking SMU in that one. You guys, I think, both took Maryland. Am I right about that?
Yeah, we did. Again, these early week picks. Like if I had to swing back, I probably would take SMU. This is a game I want to stay away from.
Now, SMU has not been particularly tested. They've played North Texas and Lamar. Actually, the North Texas game, I made it my sneaky good game week 1. It wasn't good at all. 46-10, they beat North Texas. Dominated that game. Or, 48-10. They're scoring a lot of points under Rhett Lashley against inferior opponents.
Yeah. Talia Tungavaloa, big game in that one. I like Maryland in that one. Go pick a pool and make your pick 3. Try to get a ball in the bucket. Brought to you by our friends at B-Dubs, nextroundlive.com. The show also today being brought to you by the great folks at NASCAR as we head back to Talladega.
Hey, NASCAR Super Speedway is where you can go watch that Yellowwood 500 Sunday, October 2nd. The whole weekend starts Friday, September 30th. You can win tickets right now. Nextround.com, nextroundlive.com/Dega, nextroundlive.com/Dega. We've got the contest going there. There is a NASCAR driver. All you got to do is pick their favorite football team. If you get it right, you're in the drawing. We're going to give away Saturday and Sunday passes there. Nextroundlive.com/Dega. Go online for that. But to get your tickets, reserve your infield spot, get your camping spot, see all about all the great programs they've got going, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA for the 2022 Yellowwood 500 weekend.
Brownie, I think there's only 2 schools that should have, 3 schools that should have a script. I'm not a script helmet kind of guy.
UCLA.
Ole Miss. And the Florida Gators.
No, Florida.
Yeah, but I do like the Florida, the F, when they put just the old school block F on there. Missouri's got an alternate uniform this weekend. They got a bunch of uniforms, but I like the old school block M that Missouri has. Look at what they're doing here, Forrester. This is the uniforms. They're playing Abilene Christian, so the uniform looks, spot on. Love the uniform. It's fine, but they'll get to the helmet here in just a second on Missouri football, and you'll see they've gone script Tigers on the side. Hate it. The looks, color scheme, everything. Love it. Just love the block M. Don't like script. I don't like script on the helmet.
Yeah, I just don't hate it as much as you do. Like Maryland's has Terps on it. You don't like that. It's pretty much the same font.
I do not. Don't like it.
All
Don't
right.
like it at all.
Yeah,
Everything else about that uniform looks cool
I'm
as
with
heck.
you. I do like the uniform. I'm not crazy about the script Tigers there. I don't disagree with you, though it's not a hard and fast rule.
Yeah, that's Missouri's look this weekend. Later, before trash, Brown found some video floating around on the internet that is a must-see. That's about 1 hour from now, coming up in trash. Part of our show today being brought to you by the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo is the answer there. You've got a great class size, which really can help you academically, especially if your student at any point has struggled academically. Imagine going to college and not be sitting in a classroom with 100 other people. At Montevallo, it's a 14-to-1 student-professor ratio. They got 21 super NCAA Division II sports, fully funded, fully scholarship. It's a great vibe on campus. It's a beautiful campus. Buildings are going up. They got a multi-million-dollar brand-new theater there and a lot more. See more about Montevallo and schedule an in-person tour at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior Ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Back with you on the Next Round. LT's got a right on or totally wrong involving the National Football League in just a second. Don't forget the Pick 3 continues at Buffalo Wild Wings and nextroundlive.com. You can jump on our website, hit the big B-Dubs logo, and pick 3 games this week. Even if you haven't played yet, then you can play just 1 week. All you have to do is go 3-0 to get into the grand drawing at the end. More balls in the bucket When you go 3-0, you get a ball in the bucket, more balls in the bucket. You have a chance to win at the end of the year. Right now, 107 winners so far, 67 in week 1. 40 in week 2. We head to week 3 this week. Already a stake bet out there from our friends at New York Butcher Shop, LT. Georgia Tech plus 16.5. I've got the Yellow Jackets plus 16.5 as they host Ole Miss. That's a New York Butcher Shop stake bet.
Yeah, a great place to pick up incredible food all weekend long. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops and ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family. Don't forget the huge deli sandwiches and catering options for your next business lunch meeting with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. And New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
This weekend, in the big Mississippi State LSU game at 5 o'clock on ESPN, John Emery making his debut for LSU. Impact on the game for John Emery. First game after the academic suspension here. He hadn't played a lot of football in the last 2 years, but everybody who's an LSU fan has been waiting on this guy to get back on the field.
Yeah, huge expectations, and one of the problems with LSU over the last couple of years, the inability to run the football consistently. This is a game that I like. I think Mississippi State, Will Rogers, continue to show out. I know you like LSU. You're willing to go another state.
Oh, was that the one? Was that the one?
Was that the one?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want a stake on LSU. I feel like LSU wins the game, but I don't feel like I want a stake on that one. We'll find another one. You've got just yesterday when we recorded the Players Club, I was different on 4 other games. Maybe on a different one of those. LSU, I don't know against Mississippi State because you and Mick were making some good points about Mississippi State. Later on, let's revisit that.
Okay.
And let's revisit that, another one. Because I'll get 2 stakes out there for the weekend coming up.
But anyway, Emory could be a factor here. Jaden Daniels has played clean football thus far. Majority of his numbers he put up against Southern last weekend. I just think the much better quarterback in this situation is Will Rogers. The better defense is Mississippi State. It's going to take Brian Kelly a little bit to get this thing right.
Yeah, I will tell you that Miami's big receiver being out. Brown told you this during the show yesterday. Xavier Restrepo, he's their number 1 receiver. He's out indefinitely as Miami goes to Texas A&M in one of the bigger games of the weekend, 8 o'clock on ESPN. All right, before we get to LT's totally right on or totally wrong, let's do our viewing menu today. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, for more than 40 years, our friend Daniel A. Moore bringing you incredible work from New Life Art. And remember, right now, the Game Week special for Louisiana Monroe, Alabama, you get with a purchase of $120 or more with the code BAMASHIP at checkout, you're going to get free standard shipping. That's on $120 or more. Code BAMASHIP at checkout. Just go to danielmooreart.com for more information.
All right, 3 movies tonight, like them or not. First of all, Stars. Dunaway Minute as a compliment when he tried to call John Lunsford a beautiful mind. 9:50 tonight. You can watch it on Stars. You called him a simple mind instead.
I did. Simple Mind came out. I meant beautiful mind. Lunsford will never let me live that down. It's borderline great movie. Good movie.
Great movie.
Yeah.
I personally thought it was overrated.
Yeah.
I'm in the minority here. It won Best Picture. He won Best Actor, Russell Crowe. I thought it was good. I didn't think it was great. It was a one and done for me. I watched it one time. I never have the desire to watch it again.
Stars Encore, 10 o'clock tonight. Captain Phillips, Tom Hanks.
Never saw it.
I liked it again.
You quote it all the time, though, which is weird.
I'm the captain now.
This is going to be shocking for you guys. I went to see it at the Summit 16
Had
with
to
my
walk
ex-wife.
out.
I had to
No
walk
doubt.
out.
I can believe that.
And then once it came out on HBO, I watched it. I liked it. I thought it was a really good performance. I thought it was a good story. But again, I've got no desire to go back and see it.
From the moment they, spoiler alert, rescue Tom Hanks, get him back on the Navy boat to the end of the movie, the best acting in Tom Hanks' career. Basically from the moment the bullet goes through to the end of the movie, the best acting Tom Hanks has ever done right there. And I know you think that is Castaway. And
it's close.
It's close. And then finally, 10:45 tonight, HBO Max, Reindeer Games.
So cheesy. Have you guys ever seen it?
I have. I'm not a Ben Affleck guy to begin with. But
I mean, actually, it's one of those. So I've got to pick a couple of movies for the boys tonight. And I know we're going to do Breakfast Club because Jack's cousin's never seen it. And I've got to pick one more. Reindeer Games is something they would love. I don't know if I can go through it again, though.
Yeah, well, make that movie number 2, and you get into the Redmont vodka, you'd be good to go at that point. All right, that's what Rockstar's actually Brownie is watching tonight since Rockstar's off. But he does have a Playhouse for us that he has left behind coming up in about 2 hours right here on the show. Part of the show today is you head to the stadium, brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com, pantsstore.com, or follow them on all their social media platforms at Pants Store, the Pants Store, right there in all those locations where you get your game day hats, your Yeti accessories, your sunglasses, your game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. When you see those labels, you know you're talking about quality and specific game day wear designed for the women. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. Right on, totally wrong, NFL style. LT, hit us, man.
Okay, right on or totally wrong, and I'm going to get Forrester to chime in on this one. Drake London will end up with more receiving yards than Julio Jones this year. Right on or totally wrong?
I would go right on.
Yeah, I would go right on. I mean, he's one's an ensemble and a great receiving core. And in Atlanta, at worst, I think he's going to be the second most targeted guy. Mm-hmm. So I'd say Drake has more receiving yards than Julio Jones, yes.
Forrester?
Yeah, I mean, the Falcons are pretty much Kyle Pitts and your boy there, so...
Yeah,
I think he's right.
I agree with Scotty, and I agree with you guys. The thing is, though, to watch out, I don't know if Godwin's going to be healthy the entire year.
I know.
Mike Evans is on the injury report. I brought this up yesterday when you were talking about me trading the best receiver for your banged-up crew. Mike Evans is on the injury report. Julio Jones is on the injury report. Chris Godwin's on the injury report. I don't know if Godwin gets healthy. If he doesn't, Julio Jones could be a big factor in that offense.
Yeah, but you realize they do that to get out of practice a little bit, right? I mean, we're an
sometimes
old,
the veterans do, yeah.
We're an old team. I mean,
but Julio is always banged up.
He is.
He is. That's his whole career.
He's never looked this fast and this in shape in the last 5 years, I'd say. He looked really good the other night.
Okay, right on or totally wrong? Someone other than the Packers will win the NFC North.
After 1 week, it's easy to see right on.
I'm not Minnesota?
I'm not going to go knee-jerk reaction, but I would go Minnesota.
I mean, Bears, that was a good win by the Bears, too, though.
Yeah, it was, but I don't think the Bears' offense can sustain that.
Yeah.
But I do think that the way Justin Jefferson plays, the running back they have in Minnesota, and Kirk Cousins looked really good, and they play good defense up there. I'm going to go Minnesota. I would take Minnesota over Green Bay.
Man, you bring up Justin Jefferson, and I just remembered a dream from last night. I had some weird dreams. And one of them, I was in a fantasy draft with Deion Sanders, and I took Justin Jefferson right before him, and he was pissed.
Was he?
Yeah.
Anybody hear a goat? You talking about me?
Justin Jefferson
Get that goat.
Good commercial.
Is a complete stud. I would say
I'll go Minnesota.
I would say right on because I do like Minnesota, but I'm going to go totally wrong just because the Packers lost 38-3 in week 1 last year, and they found their groove after that. Aaron Rodgers still is a great quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, you watch that game. I mean, he's putting the ball on the receiver's hands, and they're dropping it left and right.
If Christian Watson makes that first catch from scrimmage, 75-yard touchdown, maybe things are different in that game. Okay, right on or totally wrong, someone other than the Chiefs will win the AFC West.
I mean, again, last night in Kansas City, thought the Chargers were the better team.
I agree.
So I'll go Chargers, yeah. I'll say right on.
My only hesitation is, what if it's the same or different type, but in the same vein that Quinn Ewers has, and we're about to go Justin Herbert for 6 weeks.
Well, that is a problem, yeah.
Then that is different. So today, after the injury to Justin Herbert, until I know more, they say it's a rib injury.
Good point.
I would go Chiefs the way they're distributing the football, but I do think the Chargers overall are the better team.
Right on or totally wrong?
Oh, wait, one more thing on the Chargers. Yeah. Keep in mind, their number one receiver did not play last night, and Mike Williams looks like they were playing the game in Santa Clara while wearing Clemson orange against Alabama. He caught everything.
Yeah, no, and Mike Williams is that good.
Yeah.
And, Gerald Everett, I think, is going to be a weapon for them, although the conditioning needs to obviously get a little bit better. Joshua Palmer came on once Keenan Allen comes in. There's a lot of weapons with Eckler for Justin Herbert. So I do think with a healthy Herbert, I think that's the best team in the West. So I would agree with you guys. Right on. Okay, right on or totally wrong, Saquon Barkley will lead the NFC in rushing.
I mean, this feels like a knee jerk because of that one game, but that's probably the best we've ever seen him look against Tennessee.
I mean, right at it. I mean, he leads the NFL in rushing with 164 yards. Jonathan Taylor right behind him.
That's a pretty good Tennessee defense, or it has been. I'm going to say right on this one.
Right on.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
think maybe they found something.
I'm going to say not right on. You talk about fragile Tampa Bay receivers. I mean, is there any? I mean, you look up fragile in the dictionary, you get Saquon Barkley.
Well, McCaffrey. Both of my running backs on my team.
How good did he look against Tennessee, though?
Oh, he looked incredible.
Yeah.
And I would say if it wasn't for DeAndre Swift, who's a little banged up himself, I think it's going to be one of those two.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go right on. I think he's going to lead the NFC in rushing this year. Okay, right on or totally wrong. Of the second-year quarterbacks, Trevor Lawrence will actually outplay and outproduce Trey Lance of the 49ers.
I'd say right on. I think Trevor Lawrence, despite being in Jacksonville, looks really good. He's throwing some really good footballs. They have talent on that team.
Yeah.
I think the new coaching staff and everything will turn the page there.
I think I'll go right on that one.
I think right on, too.
Yeah.
I think Trevor Lawrence has finally got some weapons. I think ETN is really going to get into this offense.
A good offensive coach with Doug Peterson, a little more stable situation.
Yeah, I think he's the better quarterback. And I think this 49ers experience, I think the how bullish right now Kyle Shanahan is on Trey Lance is going to ultimately cost them getting to the postseason this year. Final one, right on or totally wrong, Jameis Winston will outplay Tom Brady on Sunday.
What's outplay? I mean, are we just going stats or we're going by scoreboard?
I'll go stats and scoreboard.
Yeah, I don't think the Saints win the football game. I think Tampa Bay will win the game. I mean, Jameson may have more passing yards than Tom Brady, but he also may have more interceptions than Tom Brady.
If you want to do another steak, we're on a Sunday.
Let's get the whole cow.
On what level do you want it to be? Do you want it to be who wins the football game?
No, I'm talking about I would take the Saints plus the 2.5.
Saints plus the 2.5. Now we're factoring in points. When you said Jameson's going to outplay Tom Brady, but I will do that. I'll go Bucks minus 2.5. I'll take the Tampa Bay Bucks there. That's our other state bet, our last one there of the day.
Dunaway, shut it down.
Well, just so we can do the rest of the show. That's another New York Butcher Shop.
You brought the first
state
one up.
bet update. So there's two of them there. I got Georgia Tech plus 16.5. I've got the Bucks minus 2.5 and 2 plays this weekend. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Johnston RV Center. The phone lines are open there at 205-734-0923. Henry Toa earlier. We're on those JohnstonRVCenter.com hotlines.
You know who you can see at Johnston RV Center, the Coleman location, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock?
I bet I can guess.
You know, Dunaway, you know who's going to be there?
It's going to be you guys, and I'll be in Auburn.
You'll be in Auburn. Lance and I will be at the Johnston RV Center Coleman location, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman. 3:34 in Decatur. See us tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, doing our pregame show there at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Right there at the Coleman location. They're closing out those 2022s to make room for the 23s. What that means is great deals for you. Travel trailers start as low as $139 a month. Great selection of fifth wheels starting at just $329 a month. All of that with 10% down and approved credit, including the luxurious Arctic Wolf 261 RK. See all those at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Or go see them and see us tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock at the Coleman location, I-65, exit 304, 334 in Decatur.
Don't forget, nextroundlive.com, more of the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3. We'll get back to college football when we come back. The B-Dubs Pick 3 right there at nextroundlive.com. 40 of you got a ball in the bucket, 107 total now. Jump in there and make your picks.
205-734-0923.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. Back with you on the Next Round as we roll on. Before LT tells us about Dr. B, really interesting comment from Nick Saban about some of his old players that he had in the Crimson Tide program when they would go on the road, coming off the 2019 win in Austin, after we learned about LT's growing locks.
Hey, with age, for most, unfortunately, comes a little hair loss. Again, it started to happen to me last year. When it started to happen, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. If you're looking in the mirror, you're just starting to lose it, preemptive strike. This is what you need to do. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Dr. BME, we had that virtual meeting, went over my options. We chose a non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. Dr. Beckenstein, for more than 20 years, women and men have turned to him for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Again, call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. Tell him the Next Round sent you.
All right, so last night on Hey Coach, Crimson Tide Sports Network, and the University of Alabama over there, Nick Saban talking about just the attitude of players, some players he had in the locker room in crimson and white when they used to go on the road earlier in the program, and what he wants this team to grow into.
And I told the players this week. We used to play better on the road around here than what we played at home. Because we had some hateful competitors on our team, and when they played on the road, they were mad at 100,000 people, not just 11 guys they were playing against, and they wanted to prove something to everybody. And then, as time has gone on, I think that maybe just winning the game is the focus. And there's been 3 games, and I told the players this. We didn't play very well at Florida last year. We didn't play very well at Auburn last year. We didn't play very well at Texas this year. So you can't be a team that lets the other team think they have a chance to beat you just because of the circumstances that you're in. And your inconsistencies in your performance so far is starting to, let people know that, which is not a good thing.
I just love that phrase. We used to have some hateful competitors. Hateful competitors. I tweeted it out last night when I had heard he had said that. I just thought that was a great phrase.
Yeah, I think Will Anderson's one of those hateful competitors.
Seems to be.
Yeah, but he didn't have that hateful competitor game down there, and he was part of the teams last year that he's describing.
That team, Saban's right, though. That team used to be so dominant on the road. They would go steal people's souls on the road.
Yeah, and the game was over in the first quarter, and teams tapped out.
I mean, there have been some tough games at Jordan-Hare, obviously. It's been a really tough place for the Saban-era teams to play. And one in Tiger Stadium, right? I think Saban's only lost the one game in Tiger Stadium as the Alabama coach, if memory serves, in 2010. Could be wrong about that. But, other than that, I mean, go find the road losses for Alabama.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Until recently. Texas A&M last year, and then almost Texas this year. But you look at their road performance last year, it's become a little bit of an alarming trend.
Meanwhile, down at Auburn, Penn State coming to town, number 22 in the country, the favorite at Jordan-Hare Stadium. You almost hear it in Brian Harson's voice as we get closer and closer to this game, just begging for better quarterback play. He's almost on his knees. Please just play better at quarterback. Here's Brian Harson.
You don't want to throw interceptions, right? That's not what you're trying to do. I mean, guys are pissed, but then you come off and you got to get right back into what you have to do. I mean, that's the one thing about playing that position, and I do really appreciate that about both guys. Like, they can respond. All right, they don't throw their helmet down. They're not pouting. They're not on the sideline. They don't separate themselves from the team. They don't go over there and yell at somebody. They're not pointing fingers. And that was a lot about what our team was like at halftime too. I mean, it's different. We didn't have to have a team meeting at halftime. All right, just to come out in the second half. It's pretty matter of fact. Like, this is what we're doing. This is what we're not doing. This is what we have to do in the second half. I think the quarterbacks and Coach Keesaw's done a really good job establishing that mindset. All right, there's a turnover. Bang. Okay,
now I want you to replay this again. Now, open your eyes and imagine Bo Nix. No, seriously, listen to him. And listen to what he's saying, and now imagine Bo Nix and how he acted on the sideline last year, and see if he and Bo Nix didn't always see eye to eye. Listen to it again.
You don't want to throw interceptions, right? That's not what you're trying to do. I mean, guys are pissed, but then you come off and you got to get right back into what you have to do. I mean, that's the one thing about playing that position, and I do really appreciate that about both guys. Like, they can respond. All right, they don't throw their helmet down. They're not pouting. They're not on the sideline. They don't separate themselves from the team.
Yeah.
They don't go over there and yell at somebody. They're not pointing fingers. And that was a lot about what our team was like at halftime too. I mean, it's different. We didn't have to have a team meeting at halftime. All right, just to come out in the second half.
That's enough. So we didn't have to get Bo and the guys together at halftime, talk about it. We didn't throw our helmet. We didn't separate ourselves.
It was the biggest complaint Auburn fans had about, well, it might not have been the biggest complaint. It was a complaint Auburn fans had about Bo Nix last year is he would throw an interception. He would go sit on the sideline and sulk. There were times where, and people were sending us photos, him standing on one end away from the play. And I think we even asked Bo about it, didn't we?
Yeah.
We asked Bo, and he gave a response. But it does sound like it stuck with Brian Harson a little bit.
Yeah, that was definitely a shot at Bo Nix.
Yeah.
But you don't know what you got till it's gone. Famous words from Cinderella, right?
They're very correct.
Bo Nix would be starting, and I would feel really good about Auburn in this game tomorrow if Bo Nix was the starting quarterback. So you've downgraded the position. And another thing that stands out to me, those two guys, is Calzada on the team? Does anybody even ask about Calzada?
Well, I want to bring that up in a second. I need to tell everyone about MyBookie first, right? Yeah, but I want to bring something up on that, Lance, real quick. MyBookie.ag, code next round, Get you a quick and easy double deposit bonus. $250 deposit puts $500 in your account, as Coach Harsin just did, instantly. I can't snap as loud as him. Code next round, mybookie.ag. Oh, very good. Lance got a good one. Mybookie.ag, code next round. That's probably enough on the snapping. Thank you. Week 3 of college football starts tonight.
I'm
Week
a
2
loud
of the
clapper, though.
I know you are. God, that's so annoying. Week 2 of the NFL season already underway. It is not too late to win. Mybookie.ag, code next round. Mybookie.ag, code next round, and start your winning season today. Justin Hokanson, our friend with On3 Sports and Auburn Live, tweeted, don't pack it in on Zach Calzada yet. Here's the belief, and we're aware of the rumors, right? But they're rumors, so I'm not going to 100% get into them, but there's a school of thought.
Some people joke that he, and maybe it's true or not, I don't know if it's true or not, that he dislocated or hurt his shoulder while trying to hit a tennis ball outside of Jordan-Hare Stadium in a team building outing.
Maybe we are going to get into the rumors.
Well,
okay,
I'm just what some people say.
That's what people are talking, right? I was going to try to read his tweet, but
I mean, some people say the Alabama tight end was hurt on Lake Day. I mean, I don't know. You never know if any of this stuff's true. I'm not at Lake Day. I'm not hitting tennis balls out of Jordan-Hare Stadium.
So here's what Hoke tweeted. This is about 24 hours ago. On 3.com, you can read it. 3 things learned, 2 questions, and a prediction. One of the questions, is Zach Calzada still in the QB picture? Hoke says, I say absolutely. So if the belief is he's simply not playing just because he's injured to the shoulder, if the shoulder gets healthy, maybe, that one. The injured shoulder, if the shoulder gets healthy, maybe that is a boost at quarterback. Maybe he's not just not playing because he sucks.
Look,
maybe he's hurt.
I have seen Calzada.
I don't think he's great. Do you think he's better than what you've seen from Finley and Ashford?
Definitely better than what you've seen from
What if Calzada comes out in an orange jersey tomorrow?
The healing powers of the orange jersy.
Stuart Mantel. Why doesn't Dunaway let Brown talk? Because he was doing a spot.
Welcome to the show, Stuart. We've only been together since 2002.
Jay says Brown just went Harsin on Dunaway. That's enough.
That's enough of the snapping.
Steve, a big Auburn fan. I don't really think Calzada is a major upgrade.
I'm not going to say major upgrade.
Yeah, he's an upgrade.
I do think the normal Calzada we've seen is better than what you're getting right now.
Josh says Calzada is more ready sitting on the bench than Finley and Ashford are playing in the game.
Boy, Auburn fans they have given up on this quarterback situation.
Well, I think they'd given up before the season started on this quarterback situation.
Well, here's the thing. If Auburn doesn't get the win tomorrow, and I lean Auburn wins, again, I don't love this, but if they don't get the win tomorrow, I think it's a 5-7 season.
It's going to be tough to pull out at that point, yeah.
When we come back, we'll talk more college football. We'll let Forrester show us in the next segment the little tease job that Auburn football's official Twitter sent out about the uniforms.
Orange jersey's on the way.
Does it say blue? Does it look blue? It looks blue, or does it just a very thick striping that's going to make it be orange? I mean, we'll try to dissect that. And we've got our headlines. We'll do our Monday headlines today. Like the games have already been played.
Mine's ready.
You got a good one?
Oh, I got mine written.
I don't know if it's good or not. We'll see.
EVH, I forget the number that goes with her, but she's one of our long female listeners. She said getting a little uncomfortable with the headlines, getting a little NC-17 for her.
I'm right there for you this week.
I think mine even toes the line this week.
Okay, well.
But y'all guys make it dirty. I'm just doing actual football headlines. I can't
Me
help.
too. I can't, whatever you read
that's
into
right. I
it.
can't help that y'all make it dirty.
Yeah.
Mine plays out exactly how I think this game's going to play out.
Mine could be in the newspaper I'm writing for today, the Athens Banner Herald.
Mine probably couldn't.
Yeah. Where's yours? What paper?
Mine is going to be the Houston Chronicle.
Oh, look out. Texas A&M?
Oh, mine was going to be in the Brigade right there in Bryan, Texas.
Oh, wow.
The Bryan Brigade.
Y'all got a big headline from that game, huh?
I may have to change mine. We'll do the headlines when we come back. Stay with us. Right. Oh, there she is. EVH 93. Whatever. All right. We're back in a moment.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
In a word, it's chaos. You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Female listener EVH93 okay with the headlines, the direction. Sarah, this female listener, is here for it. Nothing cracks me up more than Rockstar's comments and the awkwardness afterwards. So more headlines in about 10 minutes, and we'll keep it NC-17 if need be, whatever fits the headlines. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Are you tailgating this weekend? Do you want to be the hit of the tailgate? One place to go, Highway 119 right there in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. Those Mississippi Delta tamales, the biggest chicken fingers you're ever going to find. That's perfect. Get a pan of those chicken fingers, take them to the tailgate. Easy peasy right there, champyschicken.com. Your home for Blues, Brews, and Bird. Check out Sterling and his crew right there. They bring you this hour of the show. We had football last night. How many of you enjoyed the Chargers and the Chiefs? Can you update us on the Cowan Equipment poll?
I certainly can,
Did
Jim.
anybody have problems streaming like our boy LT did? I mean, my TV that is censored, right when I walked into the living room, it has a motion sensor.
Oh, I thought
and
you
as soon
meant-
as you walk in, it's I'll tell you what it is. My wife bought it. It's like, instead of art, we don't buy art. We bought this TV that is it looks like a piece of art hanging on the wall, like it's framed up like it's a painting.
Yeah,
but really it's a
can't-
TV.
You can't hide it, LT.
So what it is like, you choose your historic piece of art and it sits there as a digital piece of art unless you have it, unless you're watching TV. We have a motion sensor on it. So I walk in last night, nobody's in the living room. I walk by it, boom, pops up, and what's it on? Last thing I watched, Prime Video.
Mad Men.
Top of the screen, right? I've been watching Mad Men.
So what about if
Top
the
of the
dog,
screen.
if Charlie Cockblock walks by?
I guess you've got to be a little heavier than 30 pounds to hit the sensor, or maybe it's higher because the dogs are low.
Yeah, you don't want the dog turning on.
Yeah, so it worked really good. I walked in and I was like, oh, the game is on. Thank you, smart television. It looks like a piece of art.
Looky there.
Yeah. So did anybody else have problems streaming like LT?
Well, the poll says that 33% did. 66% say no problem. 33% say yes, I had a problem.
Quick math, 1 out of 3 had a problem.
That is 1 out of 3.
And
Matt.
that is a problem for Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
Charles, no, we still have the whiteboards this week until we get settled down in our schedule. Rockstar not here today, but he does have a Rockstar's Playhouse later on. Headlines right now brought to you by our friends right there with NASCAR getting you ready to go racing again this weekend.
877-GO-2-DEGA is the number you call. 877-GO-2-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. You want to win race tickets? Go to nextroundlive.com/Dega. We ask you a NASCAR driver and their favorite football team. You get that one right, you're in the drawing. All you got to do is go to nextroundlive.com/Dega. We're going to give away Saturday and Sunday tickets. Check out those race experiences like the Saturday night infield concert, Chase Rice, the country music star, Bailey Zimmerman opening for him. Sunday ticket holders get in free. Starts at 7:30. You can see more about that. Reserve your seats, reserve your camping spot, reserve your infield spot by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-2-DEGA for the Yellowwood 500.
Brown for you, not
Yes,
LT, because LT I'm sure has got to play in this game at Lance'sLive.com. Florida State, Louisville tonight. Give me a winner. Forget the point spread.
I'm going
or
to take
anything.
Florida State.
You would take Florida
Yep,
State?
The road win at Louisville.
I think
thought Louisville coming off the win at Central Florida. I think Florida State catches them a little fat and happy there. I wasn't blown away by Louisville.
Tough atmosphere there at Cardinal Stadium. I'm going to go Louisville tonight, 6:30 ESPN.
Yeah, I would just say this. Florida State, one win away from their best start since 2015, which is hard to believe. I mean, Florida State used to be 3-0 all the time.
Oh, I know.
And you look at this game, I mean, Malik Cunningham is yet to throw a touchdown pass this year. Last season, he went 264, 4 total touchdowns. They were up 24. They had to hold on to beat Florida State, but they dominated that game.
I don't think
last
Jordan
year.
Travis has been that bad for them.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah,
No.
so I think Jordan Travis, you might right now have the quarterback advantage the way Malik Cunningham is playing.
Air Force in Wyoming, 7 o'clock on the CBS Sports Network. Max Johnson's the new quarterback at Texas A&M, and John Emery expected to play tomorrow night as LSU plays host to Mississippi State, a 5 o'clock kick down in Death Valley. Those are your headlines as we move to this hour of the show here. And when you look at this weekend in college football, our buddy Mick Gillespie, we were talking to him yesterday on the Players Club. You can get that on all our video platforms. 6 great plays from LT and Mick that may help you in the bank account this weekend. But when we look at week 3, I don't think we have the biggest game of the year. We've had Alabama, Texas, which had the most viewers so far this year.
Right.
Week 1, we had Notre Dame and Ohio State, which has the second most viewers. I don't think we have anything that's going to resonate at the end of the year to be top 5 most watched game of the year. But like Mick said on our show yesterday, it's a fun slate of football. There's 10 games I want to watch this weekend.
Well, there's some defining games, if you'll follow me here. Oklahoma, Nebraska. If Oklahoma was to lose that game, which is a very losable game.
It was last year.
To me, that puts them really outside of the college football playoff conversation. If BYU wants to be in that conversation, they need to be able to go on the road and knock off Oregon. And if Oregon starts 1-2 before conference play,
it's a disappointing year.
It really is. Auburn, obviously, you get the loss here. You look at the back half of that schedule. It's going to be a really long season for Brian Harsin. Mississippi State, if they really want to be a contender in the SEC West, this is a game you've got to win against Brian Kelly in that first year.
Texas A&M can't be 1-2.
Yeah, Texas A&M 1-2 before they start conference play. Then it's lights out.
Mario Cristobal, you want a signature win to get that ball rolling in South Florida in that game.
Yeah, and Texas is real as they looked in year 2 under Sark last week against Alabama. They've got a dangerous opponent, Texas San Antonio, coming in. If they were to lose that game, it goes back to square one.
It's a different challenge for Sark, but it's almost as big a challenge as he had last week, Dunaway. They have been told all week, boy, y'all would have won that game.
Yep.
Y'all would have won that game if Quinn had stayed. Y'all would have won that game if the refs hadn't screwed us. Y'all would have won that. Y'all were the better team. I mean, they've been told that all week and how good they are, and now you've got a limited at best, I would think, Hudson Card. Wouldn't you think?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, the way he was limping around at the end of the Bama game, he can't be 100% against UTSA.
And then intriguing in-state games that are less than 2 touchdowns. South Alabama going to the Rose Bowl to take on UCLA, and then Troy game day against Appalachian State. So,
and a defining game for Brian Vincent and UAB, a chance to beat the team that beat Nebraska at home at Protective Stadium. I mean, that's a big game for them, too.
And that's going to be a massive disappointment. If Georgia Southern continues that momentum and somehow beats UAB and UAB drops to 1-2.
Yep. And how about a couple of your off-season darlings? NC State, tricky game at home with Texas Tech, a very good Texas Tech team. And then USC at home to Fresno State, a tricky Fresno State team there at the Coliseum.
Again, you can get those teams at a pick and that super tease.
That's right. He's tried to bait you in on that one a few times. Hey, can I give you a stat on Georgia Southern?
Please.
They're third in the nation on this, is what UAB faces.
Are they busing over from Statesboro?
I would imagine.
Do we ever hear about Penn State? Are they busing
Penn
down?
State's landing at Maxwell Air Force Base. I saw that last night. I sent it to Furman because he was interested in this. Montgomery Airport reached an agreement with Maxwell Air Force Base because apparently whatever they're doing on the big runway at Montgomery is for something for the National Guard planes.
Oh, okay.
So
scratching each other's back.
Yeah, so now Maxwell is allowing, which I don't know why the Air Guard planes aren't landing at Maxwell, but whatever the case is, Maxwell is allowing the football charters to land there as long as needed. So it's actually probably pretty cool. I mean, you're flying into an Air Force base if you're Penn State, so they'll just fly there just as good as Montgomery Airport. So non-story now.
Well, Senator Bartholomew in the state of Pennsylvania probably called up and said, our tax dollars as well pays for that base at Maxwell. Is it okay if we land our plane there?
Yeah, so they'll fly into Maxwell Air Force Base rather than Montgomery Airport. Georgia Southern, though, probably busing over from Statesboro. That's a haul, though. I've made that drive before from Statesboro. Woof, middle of nowhere.
Yep.
They're third in the country in third down conversions. My buddy Mike Moat shared this with me. I was on their show, The Press Box. 20 of 30. That's pretty dang good, man. 20 of 30. They're hard to get off the field.
And Dunaway's brought this point up a couple of times this week. The offense has really changed under Clay Helton, but they've got a lot of balance. And I am so happy to see Clay Helton. He's such a great guy. It just wasn't the fit at USC. But, this is more of a fit, man. A Southern guy that, he's got a smaller program. The limelight's off.
Good offensive coach.
Yeah, he's a good offensive coach that enjoys the game of football, and this is just a much better fit. So I really hope he has a lot of success.
But I hope UAB wins. But 20 of 30, they're hard to get off the field. Had you already used that stat? Because you're looking at me like, Brown, I've said this 5 times.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
It's an impressive stat.
Yeah.
No, it's Friday. I'm looking at you because
Jim,
we're always moving to something else. And when I look at the message board behind your head, sometimes it looks like I'm looking at you. Chris says, what's the point with your TV showing the art if it has the sensor motion where people walks by?
Yeah, that's a great point.
I do agree. Like if you've got
you have to turn it on. You have to have the sensor on.
The art not be on all the time, though.
Show me the scream from
Van Gogh?
Yeah, from Vincent Van Gogh.
It's this one, by the way.
Yeah.
No, I don't have that one.
Okay, well, if you did have the scream on.
Was that pretty good, though?
Yeah, and then somebody walks in, and then immediately it goes to Amazon Prime.
Well, it's more of a slow dissolve, but yes, it does. But you got to have that sensor on. You got to have the sensor on. So you can have it off, and it'd just be art all the time.
So when you and Maggie, when y'all are having tea in the mornings or wine at night, y'all
sometimes
will
we
just
put the
turn Central
fireplace on it. Sometimes.
Oh, a little Yule log?
Yeah, a little Yule log,
Yule
so to
log.
speak, Brownie. It's time to do the, speaking of which, speaking of Yule logs, it's time to do the Monday headlines as if the games have already been played. It's the Baumhauer Spotlight. Tyler, you already got that ready to go too?
Baumhauer
Look at that.
Spotlight.
Like the game's already been played. Monday's headlines today.
Yeah, brought to you by Baumhauer.
Yeah, Bob Baumhauer, the first to deliver Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Remember that recession concession menu. Bob trying to save a few bucks for you. They've got, and this all comes with a complimentary beverage. Classic tailgate burger, only $7.99. The Bam Bam Chicken, $9.99. Go easy on your wallet. Stop in for lunch or dinner. Baumhauer's Victory Grill. I think I won week 1 in the headlines. I think I would have won week 2 if it wasn't for Rockstar and what he came back with on Lincoln's final play.
Oh, I thought Browns was really good last week.
Thank you, Jim. Jim, you've done a fantastic job as well.
And no, my headlines usually suck, and they'll continue that.
But at least you give us quantity. You do at least 2 or 3.
Hey, shout out to the Montgomery Air National Guard. According to Uriah, they're getting new F-35s.
Sweet.
Can't hide money in the American military. Very good.
Hey, I hope
Go get them, men and women.
You going to lead us off today?
Mine's the worst, so yeah, I'll lead it off. My Baumhauer's headline is going to be in the Bryant Bugle, the brigade down there. Canes whip Ags. Jimbo's bulging buyout becoming problem. Canes whip Ags.
Okay.
Jimbo's bulging buyout becoming problem. Always a problem.
Bulging buyout is an issue, Lance. Yes.
I mean, bulging disc is what I'm talking about, Brown. Obviously,
okay,
yes. A little above the belt line.
Since mine comes for the same game, you want me to go?
Please do. Let's see how this game's going to turn out. Yes. Do you have the same winner here?
Who did you have winning?
Who's got Canes
I have
whipping
Canes
Ags?
whipping the Ags. Jimbo's bulging buyout becoming a problem.
Crystal Ball shows Miami's first loss as Max Effort leads to Aggies pounding Dyke.
Taylor Van Dyke, the quarterback.
Van Dyke,
yes. TVD.
Well, you got a lot. The Crystal Ball
I saw that,
shows
yeah.
Miami's first loss as Max Johnson's
Max Johnson, his effort.
leads to the Aggies pounding Dyke.
Yeah, Tyler Van Dyke, the quarterback.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've got one more in that game.
Again, if you're reading something else into what we're talking about, we're just giving you the outcome of these games.
That's it.
And Lance is telling you.
I think the Aggies pound Van Dyke and
that's right. And you're telling Max Johnson is going to play a big role in that. Yes. Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay. Now Dunaway.
My other headline for that game.
It likes to give you quantity, even though his are bad. Yes.
Miami's TVD treated by Ags Big D.
So that's Tyler Van Dyke, right?
Big defense.
Right.
TVD treated by Ags Big D.
Yeah. That's right.
Brownie, do you have one from that game?
I don't have one for that game, Jim. Mine is the Southeastern Conference matchup, though.
Oh, in the SEC.
Yeah, this.
Dun, 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 dun.
It is not on CBS, but it does appear in the Athens Banner Herald after this game. Cox commanded doggy style.
Oh, wow.
Well, they are.
Yep.
He's gone the dirtiest.
What, Jim? It's the Cock Commanders was going to be the nickname, right? They voted against that for South Carolina. They're losing to Georgia. Lance, what's Georgia's mascot?
They're a bulldog, Brown, and I think they like to have a little style when they win.
They're playing for style points, right? Because they want to stay number one.
Yep.
Jim made it dirty. It is not dirty at all.
You're my boy, Blue. You've gone blue.
No, I have not. Why do you make this dirty, Jim?
I'm not making
your mind is just filth. It's
in the gutter.
It is in the gutter.
In the gutter.
I'm sorry.
That's our Monday headlines today. Like the games have already been played. Brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Baumhauer, the first to deliver Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Don't forget about Baumhauer's own personal recipe with that Alabama hot chicken. It's got the southern fried chicken breast smothered in a tangy blend of herbs, spices, honey, and apple cider vinegar. It's got that spicy finish. Serve it up with a side of homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary's southern greens and garlic bread. Get in for lunch or dinner to Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
That's our Mad Lib segment.
The back row had me winning.
Oh, without a doubt. Meat Bag. Thank you, buddy. By the way, Meat Bag yesterday showing off his new Next Round T-shirt, fully bearded Meat Bag there. So good-looking T-shirt, Meat Bag. Said he was getting high fives so many times yesterday that he almost had to have shoulder surgery. You can see Meat Bag and others in the TNR gear right there at Next Round Live on Twitter. We retweeted that picture from yesterday, and you jump in the store, nextround.store, buy this hat and the one that's in the mint green or the seafoam green or the black right now for a limited time. A great deal with these hats right there at the nextround.store, nextround.store. You look like you had something you wanted to say there?
Nope.
Something on your mind?
Nope,
Nothing at
not
all?
at all.
All right. Nothing at all there. We are getting ready for this weekend of football, and a lot of people were raving about the Alabama-Texas ratings, and then the people that are glass half full when it comes to the college football playoff expansion says, yeah, but we're not going to watch that game in the future like we watched it this past weekend. When Alabama and Texas plays in the future with an expanded playoff, it won't be everything on the line, and everybody won't be turning over to see Alabama lose.
But it wasn't everything on the line this year, though, I mean, either team loses that game and wins the rest. I'm like, if Texas wins out, they're right where you said they will be.
Right.
In the college football playoff. If Alabama wins out, they'll be the 1 seed in the college football playoffs. in all likelihood.
My example was going to be that we have an expanded NFL playoff, right? We're going basically from a college model to an NFL model with the playoffs. The ratings for Thursday night Bills-Rams, Sunday night Bucks and Cowboys, and I imagine last night's Chargers and Chiefs, even on just streaming, are through the roof, and you can absorb 6 or 7 of those losses, and we're still watching in. I think you're going to watch good football, whether it's the end of the world if you lose the game or not. You still are going to watch the Alabama-Texas game in the future, even if the loser isn't out of the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what is the importance of week 1 in the NFL when you've got 17 weeks and you've got an expanded playoff? But I was all in, captivated by last Sunday's action, especially in that early window where every game came down to a final possession or overtime. So, again, if we had a 16-team playoff, people still would have been all in on Texas-Alabama last week.
And, people, Brown, are worried that, okay, for the big games that used to be do or die, that may take away a little, but it'll give us some more other meaningful games on that middle tier, a conference championship here or somebody fighting to be the 12th team in. But I don't think it's going to take away from the best on best.
No, I don't either. And you're still playing for a first-week bye. In an expanded playoff, the top 4 are getting by, so you're still playing for that. You're still playing for a potential home game. I mean, there's still carrots on the stick. I mean, to use the NFL model, teams play all out to get that, what used to be those 2 byes. Now it's the single bye, right? They play for that. They play for home field. So there's always going to be the carrot on the stick to keep playing. And again, Bama, Texas wasn't end-all be-all for either one of those teams. Far from it, in fact.
Luke with a great headline in the chat room from the Auburn Plainsman. It's Nittany, bitch. Penn State spears Auburn 28-17.
I would clean it. That's very good. I would clean it up. I would do, oops, Auburn did it again. It's Nittany, bitch. But, yeah, that is very good, Luke.
Very good, Luke. He gets it. And Anthony writes in, closing in on 30 years old now, and I'm happy to see some things never change with you guys. Boys will always be boys.
Well, we can't grow up. I've tried.
I was having a discussion with Taylor's dad last night.
I've had a discussion with a therapist. I can't grow up. I just can't. I can't.
I got the advice free last night from Taylor's dad. All right. We got trash on the other side as we continue on. The show being brought to you by Hemp Hill Services. Man, Adam, Chad, and that crew right there, as good as they come in the business world. Just great customer service, just good guys, and they love taking care of you, and they'll do that when it comes to your heating, cooling, and all your plumbing needs right there at Hemp Hill Services, LT. You know Adam and Chad really well. You've known them for years. When I say they fix it right the first time and at a fair price, that's sort of their motto.
Yeah, you said it all. I mean, those are the ones that we trust. We've all had disasters that have come about the house. Rockstar had one last week. Those are the guys you want to call. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones that will fix it right, as you said the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. before. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us. When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible, and they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Trash in just a second. I'll give Forrester a heads up. If you're watching on video, and maybe you're not around a computer, the video Brown gave you, if you can get that queued up, ready to go. I don't want to give away what it is because I want LT's initial reaction.
I forgot to confirm with Scott that he got it. I emailed it to him.
He's got it. Okay.
Right.
Precision Sports is going to bring you this amazing video. Get you back in the game, not in the water, but back in the game. If you get hurt, if you're a weekend warrior, Precision Sports can get you back in the game and also to work.
Yeah, hey, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you. Make your greatest comeback today from concussions to sprained ankles. Our experienced team ready with those treatment options. To find a doctor at Precision Sports Ortho, go to precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Okay, now I don't want to. I'm gonna let Brown set this up because he found it. But I'm going to tell you, I think this is the most impressive piece of video we have ever shown.
Oh wow!
On the Next Round format since we've gone on this platform, and I'm happy that it's happening in the Champy's Chicken Hour, brought to you by Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster, because as we all know, it all tastes like chicken, Brown. Go ahead and do it.
This is from Ken Rutkowski. And I don't know where you got the video, but it's from Ken Rutkowski in Brazil. Lance, those are crocodiles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, those are crocodiles.
Yeah, those are the ones that'll kill you.
In a heartbeat, right? How many do you think there are right there in that video?
It's 1,000.
It goes all the way down, and they're in the water. They go all the way down the beach.
And this is in Brazil.
And you know what's not there? Something to eat.
Yeah. One human walks up on that, what happens?
Oh, God.
I mean, my God.
It's in Brazil. It's being described as an invasion of crocodiles flooding the beaches. And as Ken Rutkowski, who's a syndicated radio host, says, the population is panicking, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, but just that means
they're probably on the shore because there's nothing to eat in the water, right?
Yeah, but there you go. They're all on the shore, but that means that many of them have been in the water or out in those marshes anyway.
Right.
This is when you need a dragon from House of Dragon just to
fly,
just
do a flyby,
just to fry them.
I mean, I know they're part of the food chain and all that, Brown, and we need them and all that, but I would be all for maybe just napalming the beach there to get rid of them all.
Jay asked, Dunaway, is that property cheaper than 38 right now?
Oh, my gosh.
Hey, speaking of being down on the coast, when we did our Sunday show, the specialty show from Floribama, the parachuters came in.
Right. What if they landed that?
That would not be good.
Yeah. I mean, you're in a hot air balloon. Put it back up for us. You're in a hot air balloon, and you're just rolling along, and, okay, we're going down because we've lost,
hot air.
Yeah, the hot air in our balloon. We got a little leak. We're going down. And you're just going to sit down in that water on that beach.
Whoa, God, that made me cringe right there.
Yeah, I think I'm going to jump to land and just let the
do,
impact kill
them?
me. No, let the impact kill me.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, look
seriously.
at those crocodiles. That is horrifying.
Because you're right, it's not going to be a quick death.
No, they will rip you apart.
And again, those are the ones that'll chase you. That's the crocodile.
Well, yeah, because they're starving.
That's not the ones in Gainesville.
No, the ones in Gainesville never.
I've never seen anything like that.
Me either.
The ones in Gainesville never play a road game that far away.
And some of you, if you're old, you'll
we're all right past that.
I'm sorry, I was being serious.
Yes, I know. I noticed.
If you're old, there was a Demi Moore who I really loved pre-boob job. Still liked her afterwards, but not really part of the conversation.
It was a weird inclusion.
It was. I don't know why I went there, but I liked her hoarse voice. But wasn't she in a movie that this would have been good in, where it was like signs, different things started happening around the world, like bubbling up seas and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, it was not the seventh sign.
Pritchlaw wants to know how I know they're starving. I mean, look at the beach, Pritchlaw. There's no food there. There's 1,000 crocodiles. You don't think they're starving?
I don't think they're all sunbathing.
Yeah. I mean,
it's not spring break for the crocs.
I mean, this is not beach day.
Yeah,
we got to be starving.
Oh, look, we're all waiting for the wet tail contest to start.
I mean, really, that's more crocs than what you would see Memorial Day or 4th of July weekend at 38.
Yeah. The seventh seal, is that what it was called?
Was that the name of the movie?
Well, then maybe I was right.
It did seem like it was the seventh sign, maybe something like that. I think it was basically Revelation. Some of the revelations there.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the end of times right there, buddy. For you, if you're in it.
That looks horrible. All right, that is that amazing video in this hour, brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. More football coming up. Don't forget the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3 ongoing right now at nextroundlive.com. Go vote there. 107 of you already have one ball in the bucket or multiple balls in the bucket. You can play once a week, every week, or you can skip weeks. Just play one time. If you get a ball in the bucket, you win right there at nextroundlive.com. Let's do Trash on the Table. Tyler, hit it, man.
Vision Cable. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable Vision.
Great.
Okay, now Comcast Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cable Vision.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, and our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can actually buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers and prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence. No hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast track your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR. This one out of San Diego. Emergency crews rescued a naked man who they said drove his car off a cliff in Torrey Pines early Wednesday morning. Around 1 a.m., San Diego police officers and San Diego fire rescue personnel were called to Torrey Pines in response to a vehicle that reportedly went down a cliff. Responding officers spotted the naked man as he got out of the car and ran away, all while he claimed not to be connected to the vehicle crash. Officers and fire crews could not find the man until about 3 a.m. after he apparently jumped from the same cliff and landed about 40 feet below. Crews were able to lift the man from the ravine, transported him to the hospital for treatment of unknown injuries. Police are unsure why the man drove the car off the cliff, but they suspect drugs or alcohol may be involved.
Safe assumption there.
Just to recap.
Yeah.
He drives the car off the cliff.
Right.
And then he goes back up later, still naked, and jumps off the same cliff. Is
That's
that
what I read. That's what I heard Lance say.
I am guessing he wanted to kill himself.
But it is remarkable how many people do crazy things in trash and they're naked.
Yeah.
Why is that like the default? I got to get my clothes off.
Inhibitions, man.
Yeah.
I got to get my clothes off.
Well, I do think there are some bad experiences in drugs that make you feel hot or itchy, and you try to
just get them clothes
try
off.
to get the skin off, your clothes off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I've been thrown out of a bar taking a shirt off before.
You have?
Yeah.
A very famous one.
Yes, that we've done a show from.
You actually said it on the air, so not breaking news there.
I guess I did. Boy, we said a lot that Sunday night. I need to go back and watch that show. I never watched it again.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever see it again?
Well, parts of it, yes.
Okay, a group of high school boys and their dads were treated to a scene straight out of Jaws when a mako shark jumped from the ocean into their charter fishing boat, according to a stunning video of the incident. Do we have this, Tyler?
Tyler's saying no. I don't know that Tyler. Did Rockstar leave any behind for you, Tyler?
Well, I mean, all you got to do is Google shark jumping in boat.
Yeah,
I'm sure
that'd
it'll
be
pop
easy.
up.
Yeah.
Now, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Thankfully, no one was injured, said a Facebook post made by Sea Venture Charters, the owner of the fishing boat. Now, the family's crew was on a shark fishing expedition off the Maine coast in August when the incident began, when the mako shark started chomping on the bait. As it leapt out of the water to escape the fishing line, it landed on the deck of the 38-foot boat.
Oh, there it is. We do have a picture. Wow, Tyler, great job.
National Oceanic and some kind of administration notes that mako sharks can grow up to 13 feet long and weigh up to 1,200 pounds. It's the fastest shark in the waters. I don't know if you guys knew that.
I did not, no.
But at that jump there, I didn't think he was going to mako it onto the boat.
If that happens, though, what they teach is don't make a big deal about it.
That's right.
Just act calm.
Just act calm.
That's
Don't make a big deal about it. That's a better one, Brown. Very good.
Nursing home has apologized for hiring a stripper to dance on pensioners' laps during a raunchy harvest festival in Taiwan.
You know, Taylor, our social media director, was talking about this the other day out in the lobby. This is crazy.
These guys like it, man. Hey, look, you only got a little time left. Enjoy it.
You know, I'm not calling game on anybody, but in this picture, the guy in the gray shirt down with the blue shorts on, third one down.
Right.
He looks like he's about 27 and is in there just for the show.
I swear I'm old.
Yeah, stripper day? I'm here.
The Taiwan Veterans Home, a state-run facility for retired Army personnel, paid the women in sparkly red and black lingerie to entertain at least 12 wheelchair-bound seniors with her performance. Now, staff said they wanted to lift the spirits of the residents as the two previous mid-autumn festival celebrations have been canceled due to the flu pandemic. The facility was criticized online with footage emerged showing the performer spreading her legs, stroking her body while guiding one grandfather's hands onto her breast and crouch. Care Home bosses issued a statement apologizing after the footage emerged from the steamy party. I don't see anything wrong with this.
Well, no.
I mean, I really don't. They fought for their country.
Okay.
They're in the twilight of their lives.
All right.
And they seem to enjoy it. Like, if there was somebody that was offended by it, will them off.
Yeah, they weren't forced to be there, I would assume, Dunaway.
the reason the conversation popped up because of, we're at that age and in that setting, you're worried about diseases like COVID and other viruses, flus and such.
Right.
So you see the mask and everything. So the strippers had hand sanitizers. And so they would sanitize the guy's hands first,
right?
And then they would touch her in places.
Wow!
And then she'd move to the next guy and sanitize the hands and touch.
I mean, it's a still photo, but dude in white shirt right here holding the Kool-Aid. He's like anticipation. He's all laid up in his.
You think that's Kool-Aid?
I don't know.
It's Red Mont vodka.
You think so? It's got something mixed with it. It's red.
So, show of hands, anybody that has used the eggplant emoji on their phone.
Oh, I've used it before, yeah.
I've never used it.
You haven't?
I used it primarily as a joke. I've not used it for its intent. I've used it as a joke.
Yeah, I've used it before. I texted Maggie. I said,
of course you did.
Brown's being an eggplant today.
So they say
she
a
wrote
picture
back,
tells
were you being an eggplant first?
Yes.
1,000 words, which could be why 92% of the online population use emojis every single day. Now, but when flirting over text, there is one icon you might want to steer clear of. It's the infamous eggplant emoji. Now, according to the U.S. Emoji Trend Report from Adobe, I'm glad they do this report, they said sending the suggestive vegetable can make you appear less likable to whoever receives it.
Yeah, Dunaway does use it a lot, yes.
I don't use it a lot, but I am one, yes.
It's not the biggest culprit of failed digital flirts, as the pile of poo emoji was voted number one most likely to end a potential romance by the 5,000 study participants. Now, on the other hand, the blowing a kiss face emoji was deemed most likable when it comes to flirting or dating, with a smiling face with hearts and smiling face with heart eyes taking second and third place. This could be essential information for dating app users, as the study found 72% of the users will send an emoji in conversation with someone they are interested in.
Yeah, I use 3 mainly. The most one is the laughing emoji. I think that would be number one among all emojis used across America, the laughing emoji.
Yeah, probably so.
The second one I use is the clapping hands, like somebody posts their story, something good's happening, I'll send them the clapping hands, and when you open it, it goes clapping hands everywhere.
Yeah.
And the third one is fire, just fire.
Yeah. I'll send the bird a little bit.
The bird every now and then. Our buddy Josh Maxson last night, we had a text exchange, and he said something funny, and I sent him the bird one back.
So I've got hygiene tips for everyone. First one, if you can smell your body odor a little bit, other people can smell you a lot stronger.
Oh, there's no doubt, yeah.
Yeah.
How do you check? I guess you just smell under the arms?
I guess. I've always got deodorant up here. I feel like I'm a pretty clean person, though.
Yeah.
I think so.
But sometimes if I don't have time for a shower, I just reapply the deodorant. Do you ever do that?
Yeah.
You just hit it a couple times there? Yeah.
There's a name for that, but I can't say it.
Okay. It's bad. I mean,
It's
you
not
do it.
bad. It's just
okay.
Today's world. Who knows? Here's another one. If someone offers you breath mints, take
Go
them
and take them,
without
yep.
question.
Yep.
Another one.
You don't want to put them in that position, right? To have to tell you the honest.
Close the toilet seat lid, then flush.
But it helps keep the spray going in as well.
Yeah. I was on a road trip to a college football game once with a guy that is very scientific minded. I'll just leave it at that. And he wouldn't, like, somebody flushed the urinal. We're like at a Love's truck stop or something. You know, there's people coming in and out all the time. So flush the urinal. He stood back. I said, "What are you doing? It's your turn." He goes, "Still in the air 30 seconds after the flush." And I'm like, "Well, I've been doing it my whole life, and it hasn't killed me yet. I'm going to go ahead and pee if you don't mind."
Yeah. Let me step in.
Yeah.
Hygiene tips for everyone. If something is worth doing, it's worth half-assing it. Say you're running late, you need to be out the door in 10 minutes. It's still worth giving your teeth a 10-second scrub rather than skipping it altogether.
No doubt. Yep.
Yeah.
That's
I'll
the
do
deodorant,
that.
basically.
Well, and I'll
Yeah.
do the half-ass shower, too.
Yeah. Little truck stop bath?
Yeah, I just quickly get in. And I mean, I can legitimately take a shower and get everything done in 3 minutes.
Oh, no doubt. Easy.
Oh, if you have to, yeah.
And the final hygiene tip, keep your nails clean. Tidying your nails helps you prevent spreading germs into your mouth.
Right. That's a good point.
Yep. Because I will find myself out of habit on long trips chewing on my nails occasionally. It's a bad habit.
Yeah.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, if you're sick of ripping your hair out over rent prices, put the toupee down and contact Mortgage Right today. Mortgage Right has all the first-time homebuyers essentials, including a variety of loan products, an easy pre-approval process, and a multitude of other resources for a seamless home buying experience. They'll treat you like family. They're always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. Don't let rent run you ragged. Become a homeowner today by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
We've got 17 major college quarterbacks that have not thrown an interception yet. LT's got it on the list. Here's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to bring in Tyler for Rockstar. We're going to bring in Forrester and Lunsford. Brown, me, and LT. We're going to pick.
Should we do 2 or 1?
1.
Okay.
We're going to pick one quarterback, and it's a knockout. It's a knockout game. And, you know, if you're the last quarterback standing with that interception, we're going to all take you to dinner. We're going to have a little outing, a little team building. We're going to take you and buy you dinner. So a chance for the folks behind the glass to get a free meal off of the three of us when we come back. A little knockout draft on last major quarterback to throw an interception this year. That and a lot more college football when we come back on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Part of the show today being brought to you by the great folks at Backyard Adventures. As we get ready for a very busy final hour of the show. Tyler Watts is with us. We got a Rockstar Playhouse. We have more of the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3. We'll talk about the Squadron as they are getting ready for the second year in Birmingham. We're about to roll the guys from behind the glass in here, and we're going to do a knockout pool with quarterbacks that haven't thrown an interception yet in college football. Backyard Adventures is a great way to enjoy time with your kids when life gets too busy, coming at you fast, and you just want to spend some time with the people that you love the most, your family. Why not make your backyard an oasis? And you can do that with Backyard Adventures. At Backyard Adventures, you just go to the website, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN. And you can get the backyard playground. You can get the alley-oop trampolines, the goal setter basketball goals, and a lot more. Quality, 100% cedar. They take care of their customers from start to finish. That includes the setup, the maintenance programs. They'll do landscaping to make your backyard look perfect. And the playground can be designed specifically for your child and the way you want it to look in the backyard, and they'll make it fit in your backyard. In fact, they got a 3D designer to design it up to fit all yards out there. Check it out right now, online at backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. All right, we got to do a random draw here. I got a random number.
Well, Lunsford, I think he did it. He did it for us.
Okay, Lunsford, I knew it wouldn't be great television. Lunsford has the number. Who's got the first pick, Lunsford?
What?
Is it Lunsford?
Who's got the first pick?
Oh, I do have the first pick.
Oh, it worked out very good.
Lunsford did it.
I let Scott watch me.
No, that's fine.
I know
fine.
who he's taking.
So what are we doing here? We got a knockout situation here. When your quarterback throws an interception, depending on what time of day it is, even if all 6 of our quarterbacks throw an interception the same day, time on the clock is the last one standing. A knockout situation. Lunsford gets the first pick. There are a handful of major quarterbacks who hadn't thrown an interception. Lunsford, who are you taking?
Well, I was going to go with Cade Ballard until Scott just sent me the list from Army, but I'm going to go with – I'll take Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
That is a good pick.
Stetson Bennett, the mailman.
The mailman makes good decisions.
National champion, game manager, who's doing more than that now. May throw one this week at South Carolina to knock out Lunsford. Who's got the second pick, Lunsford?
Scott has the second pick.
Oh, boy, a little back.
Wow, man, back row.
back
See how this works now.
Yeah, you guys did great on that. Yeah.
Hey, keep it down home, cuz. What you got, Forrester?
Sorry, LT. I want Caleb Williams.
Okay. Yeah. I think Caleb might have an opportunity to turn it over tomorrow night against Fresno. I think that's a tougher game than most expect.
Okay. Do you have that list you were talking about?
Yeah.
You got them over there? Okay. Who's got the third pick?
All right. Third pick is Jim Dunaway.
Jim Dunaway.
Yeah, I'll give it to you real quick. I sent it to Forrester today because I thought we'd put it up, but that's my bad. I didn't remind him.
Yeah.
Tanner Morgan for Minnesota, Hendon Hooker for Tennessee, Jake Haener, Jared Dagey, Bryce Young.
Stop.
Okay.
I'll take Bryce Young.
Wow, Alabama fans.
I knew it.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I got the third pick. I got the third pick.
Take those 2 picks back to Monroe, Louisiana.
Tell me I got the 4th pick, Lunsford.
Ryan Brown has the 4th pick.
Tanner Morgan, Minnesota.
Okay.
Tanner's off to a good start. They don't throw the ball a ton. They are the second leading rushing offense in the country. Few attempts, few interceptions.
I'm just playing the short game. Bryce is going to play one half this weekend, get off the field, and you guys are going to be flooded with interceptions this week.
First play a pick to Louisiana Monroe. Lance, you're next.
I'll take C.J. Stroud.
And then finally, Tyler.
Picking for Rockstar, Tyler.
I'm going to go Will Levis.
Whoa.
He's not on there.
Oh, he's on the list. Already.
I'll give you some good ones.
Though, Tyler.
Real quick, Sam Hartman for Wake Forest. You've got Dylan Gabriel, Oklahoma. You got Hendon Hooker, Tennessee. Dustin Hopkins, UAB. Jaden Daniels, LSU. Garrett Schrader, Syracuse.
I'll take Dylan Gabriel.
Okay.
All
Good
right.
pick.
Yeah, that's not
Dylan
a bad
Gabriel.
pick.
Tough game with Nebraska and what used to be the Black Shirts. All right. So Stetson Bennett, Caleb Williams, Bryce Young, Tanner Morgan, C.J. Stroud, and Dylan Gabriel are the 6 quarterbacks who don't have interceptions. And we're making our picks right there. Last one standing, knockout format there. Last one standing gets dinner on the other 5. And a little fun game you guys could play at home as well. Part of our show today being brought to you, LT, by our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212. That is the number you need to write down. Look, when the leaves start to fall this fall, the one thing you don't want to do is get out the dangerous ladder. You get on the roof, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Make the phone call to my friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212. It's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out, eliminate gutter cleaning forever. Back with that lifetime warranty. Call Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212 or online guttercapbirmingham.com.
TR says few attempts, Brown, would mean you go Iowa quarterback. Well, we're only doing guys that haven't thrown an interception. You're right, it's few attempts, and somehow he's managed to throw 2 interceptions already, Spencer Petras. Not a good quarterback. He's only completing 45% of his passes. 201 pass yards through 2 games. No touchdowns, 2 picks.
Yeah. We had a gentleman's agreement, Kerry, by the way. Haynes King already had thrown them, but we couldn't take guys who were not starters.
Like Calzada. People say Calzada's a lock.
Yeah, well, you
of course.
Couldn't take guys. We had a pool that we were picking from is how that ended up working out. You got to have some kind of gentleman's agreement there to make it all work. All right, we're approaching the top of the hour. Tyler Watts in studio coming up next segment. He will talk to us about what he saw with Alabama on the road in Austin and what's ahead for the weekend. Congratulations, Sean Alexander, former Alabama running back. He is going into the Seahawks Ring of Honor later this year. Sean will be going in there. I think a lot of people forget back when they were in the AFC and they went to a Super Bowl, lost a Super Bowl, Sean Alexander, wasn't that the year he was the MVP of the league?
He was, and he was one of the best players for a couple of years in all of the NFL. And, you know, as running backs too, he flamed out.
There are 3 running backs I think of when I think Seahawks. Him, Marshawn Lynch, and Kurt Warner.
Kurt Warner, yeah.
Yeah, those are the 3 I think of. And I think of that group, he's probably the best one.
Rashad Penny might get in that conversation.
You think so?
He's pretty good.
Rashad Penny gets into that conversation. That surprised me a little bit. So Sean Alexander to the Ring of Honor, which I think is a really neat deal there for the Alabama guy to go into the Ring of Honor. And we're seeing a couple of names from that, if you're our younger audience, is starting to get you're starting to feel older, I'm sure. See, for me, I'm at that age where a lot of my guys are starting to, from when I was a kid, die off, you know?
Right.
Like today, happy birthday, Oral Hershiser and Robin Yount, 2 of my idols when I was playing baseball as a young age, but they're well into their 60s today.
Yeah, it's crazy.
64 and 66, something like that. And they were 2 guys, I had their baseball cards when I was little, watching them play baseball. And now they're in their 60s and pushing the final chapter of their lives. When you start seeing guys like Sean Alexander in the Ring of Honor, you're like, getting up there in age a little bit. Top of the hour. Tyler's up next. Show brought to you by our friends at Champions Boxing. Looking to get in shape this year. Champions Boxing right there at the corner of Highway 119, Highway 31, behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. Fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of boxing, helping you reach your fitness goals. You can call them up, 205-358-8176. 205-358-8176, or stop by and check them out in that beautiful gym they have right there in Pelham. Work on the bag. They have special classes for women. Also, some co-ed classes. They have some ages 7 and up classes. You can't beat it. It's not a fight club. It's a way to get in shape using 6 USA Boxing certified trainers in a USA Boxing certified gym. Check them out on all their social media, including Facebook and Instagram. Champions Boxing AL. Go and check them out right there in Pelham behind the Purple Onion.
Where you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All of a sudden, I feel underdressed with Tyler Watts in studio. We're about to talk Alabama football with Tyler over the next 20 minutes. So kick back, we'll enjoy that. Before we get to the headlines, a couple of things to take care of business. First of all, welcome to the Bud Light Hour of the show. Every Friday at 12 noon, we enjoy a Bud Light and a Michelob Ultra here. It's the golf course drink, Brown.
Oh, is that what you drink on the course? You
calories.
getting ready for an 18?
I like those aluminum bottles. It keeps it extremely cold.
You know, I think aluminum is much better than plastic. Glass, I think, is the OG on cold, but aluminum.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I like in a soda, I like to get the aluminum can. What?
Yeah.
You couldn't do that again if you
He was
tried.
asking me a different question.
Oh, Tyler was?
Yeah.
It's all fair.
Yeah.
You don't worry about it.
Yeah.
No, but Tyler just dropped his water bottle and it landed straight up.
I got a bunch of kids. You never played the flip
yeah,
game.
yeah. But you didn't flip it. You just dropped it straight.
Money, baby.
You think you can do it again?
How much
no,
you want to
because
bet?
the reason he was asking because it's a non-sponsored water bottle, which is why we didn't want it on the air.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I mean,
Well, never
squirrels and dogs here. Part of
Squirrels and dogs.
we were trying to do one thing and having to look at a different one real quick. Part of the show as well being brought to you by NASCAR.
That's right. NASCAR.
Which emoji do we send him right now?
877 go to Dega. 877 go to Dega.
I'll let you want to do all these?
Tyler, have you ever seen Mom and Dad fight, Tyler?
NASCAR. It's brought to you by NASCAR.
877 go to Dega. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. The 2022 Yellowwood 500 Weekend Experience. You can see more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. You can win tickets right now by going to nextroundlive.com. Home of the next round. Nextroundlive.com/Dega. Or if you just go to our front page, you can link right off the front page right there. We ask you the favorite football team of a NASCAR driver every day. If you answer it correctly, you are in the drawing for tickets. We'll give away Saturday and Sunday, but you can get all yours. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
All right, Florida State, Louisville tonight, Air Force in Wyoming. LT will have a lock on one of those games a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor, 6:30 ESPN for the Florida State-Kentucky game, 7 o'clock on the CBS Sports Network. Texas A&M changes quarterback. Max Johnson is now the starting quarterback. He's in. LSU expecting John Emery to make his debut running back as LSU plays host to Mississippi State. It's a very intriguing game this weekend. The Chiefs beat the Chargers last night 27-24 in that game. Justin Herbert with a rib injury. He's being evaluated today. Congratulations to number 11 Alabama soccer. They beat number 5 South Carolina last night. Second time they've beaten a top 10 program this year. Those are your headlines. Let's talk Alabama football now, Brownie, with Tyler Watts and the Watts Agency.
Welcome in, Tyler. How are you today?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Hey, before we talk about it is on edge in here today. I don't know why. Before we talk about Alabama, Texas. So last night, I don't know if you watched Chargers and
Yes.
Chiefs. Pivotal play was a 99-yard interception return. Anybody that's played the position as long as you have has thrown a pick six. Can you remember your worst pick six you ever threw?
College or high school?
That's a good question.
Yeah,
that's what I'm toggling back and forth between.
I mean,
right
when
now.
you've got a first and goal at the one in a divisional game like that, and you throw a 99-yard pick six, it completely flips the game.
And 100%. One of the first things that's always beat into your head as a quarterback is you don't take a sack and you don't turn the ball over in the red zone. If you walk away with 3, that's the worst case scenario. And I liked how Herbstreit and them kind of broke it down. And that's how finite the NFL game is when you have leverage on one side or another, and where quarterback receiver being on the same page. That's a bang thing, man. But I didn't
for
think
a layman
one of
like
those,
me, for a layman like me, what you just said there, that means when you used to play in the backyard, you run a down and out, or you run a down and in. But you're saying, depending on what the DB's doing, is what route I run.
Well,
is that what you're saying?
this was almost like a zone coverage, or maybe it was man, but maybe they banjoed it or whatever, where they swapped out the man. But it was almost like on posting up. Both receivers almost ran like spot routes, and they were just posting up, ball inside, ball outside. Just throw the ball away, though, in that scenario. But, I mean, dude's a millionaire. I ain't going to tell him what to do. And he went up and down the field on the Chiefs all night long.
Yeah, that guy he's legitimate. Both those guys are, obviously. Do you remember, though, worst pick?
Did you throw one against Viger in the playoffs?
No, I got sacked 7 times, though, my junior year versus Viger.
Yeah.
That was fun. I was begging to have a broken rib in that game in the second quarter.
Get me out.
Yeah.
Get me out.
No, I've thrown some horrendous interceptions that you look back and you're like, what in the world are you thinking there? But man, those guys are good. And I had no issues with my TV last night on Prime, and it was a fun game to watch.
I get it.
33% of people did, though.
Hey, here's what Tyler's going to tell you. No, I never threw a bad pick six because I was a hell of a tackler, right?
Now I was a good tackler. Hey, and I got a mad on. We were playing the SEC championship game, and I tried to throw a little screen pass to Freddie Millens. I was thinking about this, and I let the thing sail, and it went high. I'd like to blame it on somebody being in my face, but that wasn't the case. But that linebacker, whoever, he took it down the sideline. It wasn't but me and him, and there was no way I was going to let him score.
Tyler Watts is with us. Watts Insurance Agency, if people want to get in touch with you, Tyler.
Yeah, please do. 205-664-4444. We got guys standing by. And actually, this has been awesome because we've had an opportunity to help a couple of listeners to the show over the last couple of weeks, and it's been great. And we're looking for more opportunities to build relationships with each of the listeners out there.
All right. What positive? A lot of people took negatives away from Austin.
Yes.
Let's be positive about this. You watched the game. Give me some positives you take away from Alabama's trip to Austin.
You got to feel good about how aggressive the defense is at times. They gave up some yardage, deep ball. You're going to lose a lot of those one-on-ones because they put so much pressure on the DBs to play that man coverage on the outside. Pass interference, I mean, my goodness. Look, here's my biggest takeaway, and honestly, it has, I think, a lot more to do with how well I thought Texas played. You talk about, I need to be eating a lot of crow today because I thought that it would the pressure would affect the quarterback. I didn't think the offensive line would be able to hold up. I didn't think the defensive front would be able to hold up. That offensive line for Texas played out of their minds, in my opinion. They never gave up a lot of pressure against this Alabama front four. And the defensive front obviously stymied the Alabama running attack for most of the game there. But that quarterback, dude, I mean, we talked about 10 receptions in a row the week before. And he picked up right where he left off. I mean, he had that thing in his mind, and he knew what he was going to do, and he executed well.
Yeah, we know how good Bryce is, but, I mean, Quinn Ewers, his one start between his junior year in Alabama was Louisiana Monroe. And for him to go out there and to play with the poise, the touch he's got, I mean, he completed passes of 46 yards, 27 yards, 22 yards. I just wish we could have seen him finish that game.
Yeah, it would have been fun to see how that thing materialized because you almost have to feel that after that point, maybe the Alabama defense or the coaches said, all right, we know they're going to struggle. They can get some chunk plays, but they're not going to be able to drive the length of the field and consistently get points. So maybe they played a little more conservative. I don't have a clue, but there's no excuse, in my opinion. You want the ball in your best player's hands. That's Bryce Young. So I know it's frustrating that Alabama can't run the ball right now, and I get it. And I don't think that they're going to come into this game and just try to run it down La Monroe's throats by any stretch. I think that they're going to put the ball in his hands and let him do his thing.
Yeah, I think that's a great observation. That was the first time I'd ever seen Quinn Ewers play myself, so I was totally impressed with him. For Alabama, you've been in practices after losses. You've been in practices after wins where you should have won by more. This week, is there something to learn from that experience for Alabama as they move forward? Do you expect practices this week have had a little bit more juice to them?
Oh, I guarantee you, when they went in there and watched film on Sunday, they were probably throwing up all over the place at the lack of discipline and sometimes effort and just not making plays when they had the chance. There's a lot of opportunities left out there on the field that they did not capitalize on. So I'm sure come Monday they were eager to get after. At least you hope that they were. I think that this team, I can't compare anything that I ever played against because they're so much more mature in playing in that number one, number two with the bullseye on their back. I never experienced that. You know, we had a lot of ups and downs in my career, as most teams do at that level. You play good one week and then you let go, but you don't really have that high standard that I think that these guys play at.
Yeah, I want to ask you one thing because I know you didn't play DB, but the question I get asked all the time is how come Alabama's DBs rarely they're oftentimes when the pass is coming, they're not looking at the ball, they're looking at the defender. And I've always been told that's sort of the way Coach Saban coaches DBs. Is that?
I think that's how all of them coach.
Is that the way they all coach it? Yeah.
You try to run somewhere, and
right.
it slows you down if you're looking elsewhere other than the direction that you're going. So
right. If you're looking back at the ball, I can't stay with the receiver.
And they don't know when the ball's coming. So if they turn their head, they're going to get beat and then they lose track of where the receiver is. They can cut it off, come back, go inside, go straight, whatever it is. So you have to play through that. So from what I understand as well, because I asked my high school coach who coached a little defensive back as well, how you teach them to play that position. And he said it's real simple. You stay in phase, when they go for the ball, you try to intercept it. If you can't intercept it, you try to knock it away. If you can't do that, you try to break it up on the way down and make sure of the tackle.
So I'm watching the receiver run. So that's why I'm not looking at the ball. I'm watching you run. So when he starts to make the move to catch,
what does he have to catch a ball?
Eyes.
His hands.
Well, his hands.
Yeah, hands and eyes, though. Eyes and instinct, too. I mean, that's a special position.
So it's
to
a
play.
feel, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they just have to feel it, and it's reps and things. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So the interferences, and that's what Coach Saban was saying earlier this week, is that, sometimes these back shoulder throws or underthrows the pass interferences are going to happen because you're watching and then he's stopping to react to the ball. You can't stop without bumping into him at that point.
We saw it even last night. It happens at every level. Regardless of how good you are, you're going to have defensive pass interference and holding, because when a guy gets beat, he's going to get beat for a penalty, not a touchdown.
Yeah.
What has been more surprising to you, the 15 penalties against Texas, which is just amazing in the Saban era, or the fact that a Nick Saban defense has gone 2 games without a forced turnover?
How about this? It's neither. It's the fact that every time they throw a highlight up there of this has not happened since, I was on that since team.
Well, you were on the
That's
16
real
penalty team?
Yeah, 2002. I'd have been on it.
Yep.
It was commonplace back then, and it was like beat into our brains. Don't make mental mistakes. Don't make pre-snap mistakes, but we still did it. What was your question again about the penalties?
15
That's
penalties.
a shocker.
But it's also a shocker that Alabama's played 120 minutes of football, and they've yet to force a turnover.
That's really where I'm struggling with. And in my opinion, quite honestly, the lack of pressure in the backfield. And I think that both of these teams that they played so far have come in there with the mindset of we got to get rid of the football quick. And I think that's how you can beat Alabama, is spread them out. You throw the slants, you throw the ball deep. That's where your one-on-one shots are, and you prevent those guys from being able to tee off on you and put you in long yardage situations. But, yes, turnovers are something that you would have expected. Getting rid of the football, you would think we're going to have a turnover at some point, right? And it just – yeah, that's crazy.
Tyler Watts is with us in studio, presented by his Watts Insurance Agency.
205-664-4444 or TylerWattsInsurance.com. Helping out people with their homeowners and auto insurance, as well as commercial auto, business, general liability, property. We even are starting to do some bonds now, which is fun, the performance bonds. And so give us a call. We'd love an opportunity to work with you.
I love the name. When did you decide to go Watts Agency?
To name it after myself?
Yeah, no, but the Watts Agency, that sounds really, I know where you're from.
It's because I'm lazy and you can't keep spitting out your first one. It sounds arrogant, right?
The Watts Agency, it sounds, we're from North Shelby County. That's fancy.
No, I'm from North Shelby County.
Oh, I'm from Alabama.
Yeah, you're from Alabama.
Yeah, you're from the mud puddle.
Yeah. This is not just an Alabama thing. This is across the board in college and high school football. Not as much in the NFL, but in college and high school. The hesitancy for offensive coordinators to go under center on down and short.
Don't get it. I don't get it.
I mean,
they just don't rep it.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, but
Wait, you're telling me Nick Saban, the greatest coach of all time, doesn't rep it?
Well, I'm sure that they rep it some, but they just don't do it down in and down out like we used to. Shotgun used to be where the real concern was. Where's the snap going to be? Is it going to mess our timing off? And now, and you remember, was it Steve Spurrier? So reluctant to go from shotgun in the mid-'90s because he thought it took away from the timing of the quarterback.
That's right.
And the development of the play.
Yeah,
and
Homer Smith, I remember Homer Smith used to say in shotgun, the quarterback has to watch the ball in his hands, and his opinion was the first step or two of the defense was everything.
It dictated everything.
That's right. I didn't want them not looking at the defense.
Meanwhile, under snap, you can take the snap and be looking.
That's right.
Okay, but think about what Steve Sarkisian does at Texas, though. I guarantee you 90% of his plays are not geared toward progression like what we used to do, 1, 2, 3, check down. It's now like personnel formation, they give you this look, here's our throw. Here's our mismatch, take advantage of
that's
it. And
all
everybody knows it.
Yeah.
Because the NFL game has trickled down to the college level.
Yeah. But so back to those short yardage plays, as a quarterback who could run power runs, it's got to frustrate you to see 4th and inches and you're lined up. Not even with a pistol, though. It's he's sitting right beside him. That's
no running
tough to
start
swallow.
for him. Yeah.
No, it's not, and you see it at every level. That gives the defense obviously more time to get into the backfield, penetrate, and things of that nature. But also, Tom Brady does the best job of anybody of picking up a foot or two when needed, even against that bare front where the center and both guards are stacked, and typically that's a no-go zone when you get that look. You don't try to run up there because any sort of push or stalemate is going to prevent you from being able to get the yardage that you need to. But I'm with y'all. It's just when you take that threat away, and then you're also kind of taking away the edge opportunities as well.
But now, you know, it's even legal to have to line up a tight end to push you forward, and you can sit there and push the pile. It doesn't make sense.
I don't get it either, and I'm on board with you, but I don't want Bryce Young doing quarterback sneaks. Quite honestly,
bring in Milroe.
Bring in somebody big, but you can't do that because you can't bring a cold guy off the bench. What's going to happen then?
Yeah, it's if he hasn't taken a snap all game. Yeah,
he could be practicing taking the snaps on the center and the sidelines.
But there's still penetration. That's the biggest thing, and it comes out of the frustration. Down block, move some guys around. And this is something we hadn't talked about, and it's an excuse, but it happened on both sides. That artificial turf, with all of its advantages, it's garbage to play on because you see how many guys are slipping around out there.
I said that during the game, but I didn't want to sound like an Alabama fan making an excuse.
It was both sides,
it
though.
Was, yep.
Yeah, with Texas money, you can afford grass. You can afford the upkeep.
And you can't plan as hard. Your feet come out from under you.
As Aaron Suttle said on Bama and Bourbon, Texas, go hire a good Texas A&M agriculture guy and put in a grass field.
Because, I mean, they were on skates at times. You take and make a cut, and you see the black pellets come up.
It affected both sides.
Both sides,
it did, because Bijan Robinson, I want to say, had a cutback opportunity down inside the red zone, and his feet came out from under, and it was a loss.
Hey, so back to Quinn Ewers. You were one of these highly recruited quarterbacks coming out of high school. You would have been an Elite 11 guy probably. Maybe the, not the Army Navy. What did they play in? Under Armour.
U.S. Army game.
You probably would have played in that game. But the difference in today's quarterback...
It makes it sound like you played in 1837.
No, but I mean, will you give me... I mean, quarterbacks today, when Tua can come in a national championship situation and lead a team back, when Quinn Ewers can come in his second start again from his junior year against an Alabama defense, they're a different breed now. I mean, you remember the change of speed from what you saw at Pelham to what you saw in the SEC.
Right.
I mean, to be able to do that as a 18-year-old is pretty incredible, isn't it?
No, it is, and we keep talking about this trickle down, but that is, to me, it's even evident, obviously, in the development of quarterbacks. I think that the college game is advanced from what it was 20 years ago, but the high school level is as well. There's a lot of good minds down there that are doing some of the same concepts of trying to steal what they see on TV, and then with the internet and everything, they can go research this stuff, how to do it, and then, those guys up at Kentucky that several years ago, the option used to be the great equalizer. You take a bad offensive line and some limited talent, you can really play half line and put a lot of pressure on the defense. Well, now it's gone to the spread concept. We're going to spread you out. We're going to take one or two good guys, put the ball in space, get the ball in their hands, let them make a play, and that's 5 yards. So that's kind of trickled down. These guys are just a lot further along than what we were, but I don't think everybody can do it. I think it's still very limited as a number of guys that can step in that situation and play young.
You can also, in my opinion, practice that all year long, playing in space, throwing balls to space, making guys beat in space. And it was hard to practice triple option
and
football.
And they don't have to worry about football season being over. Now I'm going to play in basketball. Now I'm going to play in baseball. And now I got summer baseball. So they are fully devoted and focused on their craft.
Because there's 7-on-7 camps and those 7-on-7 tournaments are basically what they're playing.
My son's in high school, and we're already seeing it. It's not the two-sport athlete anymore. It's the one-sport athlete.
Yeah.
You're really forced to pick.
And even baseball, POs.
Yes.
I mean, I've never seen anything like this before. And you played all sports, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Zach has a good question. Is Alabama's lack of running the ball due to personnel or coach philosophy right now?
I've heard some guys who played the position in the past say, basically you got to make up your mind of what kind of team you're going to be, and you got to be it. And you can't be all things. Alabama very much is, which they should be. They've had so much talent on the edges and at the quarterback position. You got to let those guys make plays. But that kind of takes away from that dog mentality of just rolling up your sleeves and getting after it and being content with 3 and 4 yards. And the running game is a phase that it takes 4 quarters to really wear on a team of just pounding them and pounding them and pounding them. So it's almost like if you don't really do it consistently for the first 3, it's not going to be as effective in the 4th.
All right, here's Tyler Watts. We didn't get to ULM. Sorry, Tyler. I know you've done so much prep on the Warhawks, and you really wanted to unload on what we can expect tomorrow. But
I'm sorry about that. I did have one stupid thought last night when I was watching the game. You tell me this. Stadiums sell sponsorships everywhere. They'll sell their soul if they can do. Is there ever a point where we could see Snickers go into the Chiefs and getting chefs put in the end zone?
The chefs instead of the Chiefs. That was such a funny commercial.
Yeah, I mean, for enough money, probably.
Probably
that
so.
would be hilarious.
With the Snickers logo and chefs,
And I wonder how many people would actually notice it.
I would. I'd probably be the only person laughing.
It would be one of those things that'd be a great promotion afterwards. Did you notice on Monday night? The chefs were in the
So I
end
know
zone.
you don't care Auburn, orange jerseys or not. As a former player, would that fire you up?
No, it would be a distraction to me. But I'm a purist. I've figured out I'm older than I should be, and I always have been. I like the simple things. I think it's a distraction, but they can do whatever they want to. They fire up the fan base. You know who's probably pretty happy about it right now is Brian Harsin.
That's right.
They're not talking about him, are they?
Right. You think they'll do it, though?
I don't think so. But it wouldn't surprise me if they did.
I think they've gotten to the point they almost have to do it.
They've sold it, and they could sell a lot of jerseys as a result.
Absolutely. That's a Watts Agency. One more time about them. And again, independent, so best rates out there, right?
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if it's home, auto, anything personalized. And we talked about last week, if it's on your keychain, it needs insurance, and we can handle it for you. Commercial lines, the whole gamut. We love contractors and love an opportunity to talk to you.
All right. That's our buddy Tyler Watts every week. Zach says it's his favorite segment every week, and I think it was Rusty agrees with him. I agree, Zach. Only thing that tops it is Marty Smith's segment every week. So you're number 2 behind Marty Smith this week
great.
in the AP poll.
Marty hasn't been on with us in a while, so you got the lead
Way
right
to
now.
go. Tyler Watts. He'll be back with us to talk about the ULM game and looking forward to Vandy and Arkansas down the road over the next couple of Fridays. Part of the show today being brought to you by the Crocker Moving Services. If you're moving anywhere in the continental United States, let the Crocker Moving Services move you. Eric and the crew over there. CrockerMovingServices.com. They'll move residential and commercial, and they'll pack up your stuff for you. Your business offices, your home, whatever they need. See all the services they offer at CrockerMovingServices.com, CrockerMovingServices.com. Made in the USA equipment, made in the USA supplies whenever possible. That's what Eric Crocker, the owner, believes in. He's a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Anywhere in the continental United States, let Crocker Moving Services move you. CrockerMovingServices.com.
Call the next
Running that whole whip.
at 205-734-0923.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
I'm Donald Trump, and I love Alabama. As many of you know, there are few issues facing our nation as important as election integrity and election fraud. This is why the people of the great state of Alabama must work together to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. So get out, register to vote, and get a photo ID so you can make your voice heard and decide the future of our great country. Thank you.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels: drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior Ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created a 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386, or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Back with you on the next round. Rockstar's Playhouse, though Rockstar is not here today. He left us a Playhouse, and we were dying to see it. None of us, I haven't seen it. Anybody seen it?
I have not seen it. I have no clue what he's doing even. Yep.
Anybody ever? No. Well, I mean, Forrester, you've seen it. You loaded up the video. Mm-hmm. Tyler, can we get to Tyler Cam, nextround.store Cam? Tyler, you hadn't even seen it yet, have you? Nope. But Tyler,
I haven't seen it yet.
He's about to do his Rockstar impersonation because he's going to tell us about Rockstar's guy, Adam Mestre.
He's Rockstar's guy. He's y'all's guy. He's everybody's guy, really. Let me tell you about him. Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, he's in the top % out of all agents. Adam is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0509 or at mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
So, you know who he is?
Who?
He's Kurt Warner. Trenton Green has gone down, and he has come in, and he's knocked it out of the park today.
So, Tyler, I don't know if you're aware of this, but to be a made man in the mafia, you got to kill somebody. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I've seen the movies.
Yeah, to be a made man in the next round, you just got to do a commercial read. Welcome to the family, my friend.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. We have slid our hand and shook hands with you.
All right, there's Tyler, the intern, with Rockstar's guy there. A couple New York Butcher Shop stake bets earlier. I've got Georgia Tech plus 16.5. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers giving 2.5 with LT. A couple of stake bets there, thanks to our friends at New York Butcher Shop. And remember, the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3 continues all the way up to kickoff tomorrow. Go to nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com. Just look for the Pick 3 big Buffalo Wild Wings logo. Click there and make your pick. Pick one of the pools and pick those 3 games. If you go 3-0, you get a ball in the bucket like 107 of you have already done this year. and you may win the grand prize at the end of the year. Now, every Friday during football season, Rockstar gives us a Playhouse, sort of a humorous, sometimes sports way of getting into the weekend. Last week it was Andrew Dice Clay Travis, right?
That is right. Yes, it was fantastic.
Yeah, it was really, 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 really good. So Rockstar's Playhouse every week, brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City loves this segment, and he loves to help you, the Alabama family, with your roof. If you haven't had the roof inspected in a while, it's time to get it inspected again. He'll give you a free, no-cost roof inspection. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him, so that's going to help you out when you're making a claim. You could just go to Facebook and look for him. Greg from Pell City. No cost inspection on that roof right now, no obligation. If you got storm damage, remember Greg from Pell City on Facebook, and he's a trustworthy guy that can help you. Storm Restoration Roofing brings you Rockstar's Playhouse.
Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play. Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play. Let's have some fun. Oh, that sounds swell.
How y'all doing? This is a Buckshot Walker production. My friend Sterling helped me write this here tune, and it's dedicated to Ryan Brown. I think that's right.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go a little something like this. If y'all want to dance, whatever the hell y'all want to do, it's free country. Amen to that. All right, here we go. Meadows by morning, down from Maniston. Every club that I got is just what I brought on. When that sun is high in that famous sky, I'll be driving at the county range. Meadows by morning, Meadows, I'll be there.
The golf course.
They took my card at Benbrook, broke my putter at Ballantrae, lost a wedge in some Titleist somewhere along the way. But I'll be looking for race when I play on Nate, and I hope the pin's in line. Meadows by morning, Meadows on my mind. And I'll be looking for 3 when I drive 13, and I hope my putt's in line. Meadows by morning, Meadows on my mind. Meadows by morning, Meadows on my mind.
Yeah,
Y'all be good, all right? Be good to each other. Sons of bitches.
What a great throw.
And he hates wearing sunglasses.
Oh, gosh, that is so funny.
Oh.
And it was a George Strait song. I love Amarillo by morning.
Hey,
Such a good song.
And it sounded a little bit like that if you're watching this on YouTube.
Yeah,
just
a
little
bit.
Just a little
Yes,
bit.
yeah, maybe
just a
not.
little bit.
Maybe not.
Exactly. Sterling knocking. So he's now done a Brown song, and he did my Landmine song.
Yep.
I have a feeling somewhere down the road there's a land song coming.
Cannot wait.
Yeah,
could be. No idea what it would be about, but
it's so freaking well. There's several
there's
things.
some subjects. Yeah.
Yeah.
What rhymes with alcohol? What rhymes with bourbon and betting?
The fact that Rockstar leaves that here, his 2 so far this year, week 2, week 3. He's off
Spot
to
on.
a historic start.
Great
These
run.
first two.
Great early run for him.
Really good.
Very creative.
Rockstar's Playhouse brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson, great guy there. 205-542-3531 for that free no-cost inspection. Look him up on Facebook too. Greg from Pell City. We're thinking about you, Rocky. We'll see you on Monday. He'll be back in studio with us this week. I just love that. When we come back, we'll make our picks for the week, and we'll do 4 downs all in the next segment. And part of the show today, keeping you connected, our friends at Alabama Power, Brownie.
Jim Dunaway, they want to remind you that you depend on Alabama Power just to keep the lights on. No, that's not all. They keep you informed as well. They're rolling out new tools to keep you up to date, especially during storms. Get real-time updates on your phone or computer for free. Get personalized updates about when your power will be restored. Sign up by texting Enroll to APC OUT. Enroll to APC OUT using your cell phone registered to your Alabama Power account, or visit alabamapower.com/alerts.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round, part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. We're about to talk to the new Birmingham Squadron head coach as the Squadron get ready for year 2 in Birmingham. Don't forget the big Pelicans-Hawks preseason game coming to the Legacy Arena here before we crank up the Squadron season for year 2, and more football in a second as well. Odie's ready for a great weekend.
Yeah, hey, look, a great place to see live music tonight right there, Odie's Tavern, located in Crestline Village. Great place to watch college football. Enjoy some of this fall weather. Sit outside on that patio. Enjoy the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Incredible food from Rodney Davis, including the burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get in today. Go see Will Haver, that great staff all weekend long. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, Birmingham Squadron introduced TJ Saint as the new head coach for the Squadron. He is with us now, part of the G League, playing downtown Birmingham. They're going to be a partner of ours this season. We're excited about that, and Coach is with us now. First of all, Coach, welcome in. Congrats on the gig.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on, and I know you were with the team last year. You get to live in Birmingham through football season, which has to be just an incredible experience for you, right?
Yeah, for sure. I was in Hoover last year, but I think I'm going to be living in the Mountain Brook, Homewood area. So got the lay of the land last year and chose a different place, but it's all good.
Where is, and I probably am going to butcher this, Trafalgar, Indiana?
Yeah, it's Trafalgar, kind of like Trafalgar Square in England. It's about 35 minutes south of Indianapolis.
So you grew up there. Indiana high school basketball, is it as big as Hoosiers portrays it to be?
It's insane, actually. So my hometown has about 2,000 people in it, and our gym seats 3,000. So you can take it from there.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty cool.
Okay, so have you ever, like in the movies, you ever dribbled a basketball on dirt and shot through a hoop that's on a barn?
I have not. That scene actually in Hoosiers took place about 25 minutes from where I grew up. But no, I played in the driveway growing up for sure.
But you were Jimmy, right? I mean, you went on to play at Mercer. I mean, a 5'9" point guard that could shoot the eyes out of it.
I was more of the guy who passed to Jimmy. And then when I got to Mercer, I was a walk-on, and I passed to a lot better players. So it's the same role.
Getting ready for the Squadron this year. For those fans that experienced it last year and still learning about the league, how do you guys put a roster together? What are you doing right now? How are you putting your roster together?
Yeah, the first thing is if you have a successful season is we try to recruit back as many guys as we can. We obviously want the guys to get called up to the NBA. If that doesn't happen, we try to bring back returning guys. And I think we have 3 to 4 who are going to return. And then we look around the league, the G League or NBA, and try to get guys who match character-wise. And then what we're trying to do as well is we get some other rookies to bring in to sign Exhibit 10s, which we've done. We're about almost done. We have one more spot to fill to kind of finalize the final roster.
The Birmingham Squadron, you can find tickets by simply going to their website, birmingham.gleague.nba.com, or simply call 719-0850, 719-0850. Sunday, November 6th, down at Legacy Arena, 5 o'clock Central Tip against the Lakeland Magic. That'll be the first game. You can buy tickets right there online. The NBA, though, this, look, you see a lot of minor leagues, and sometimes they don't get associated with maybe the NFL or Major League Baseball or whatever. The NBA has backed this league very much. It's entertaining, but you've got the full backing of the NBA, which is just tremendous when you're trying to do something like this.
Absolutely. All the way from ownership, David Griffin, Trajan Langdon, and Coach Willie Green in New Orleans. Like, we have a ton of belief in this program, and it's used to develop their players when they want to assign us, a different player or a two-way. And it's used to also get the players who aren't technically affiliated with the Pelicans and get them called up or better jobs in a year, whether that be Europe or whatever the case may be. And some players, as they phase out from their career in playing, we would like to help them get into the front office or coaching route if that's what they choose to do. So it's an all-inclusive type program to help everybody on board.
One of your first jobs, if not your first job in coaching, was director of basketball strategy and video for Georgia. And Eric Spoelstra was that guy for the Miami Heat at one point. So you've really earned your stripes coming up the ranks the way you have. But when you're that director of video, how much video do you actually have to watch?
So the job that I really lean back on is when I was the video coordinator for the Pistons, and you have to watch. I was probably watching 4 to 5 games a day for the entire NBA season to prepare for our coach staff and scouting. And I remember my first year in Detroit, the first day I actually got to sleep in was Christmas Day, and then I didn't get to do it again until the season was over. Ooh. So it is a ton of work, but it paid off. And so that's the name of the game. You got to pay your dues and earn your stripes.
Yeah. TJ Saint, new coach, Birmingham Squadron, Sunday, November 6th against Lakeland Magic. We'll give you more information. We're partnering with the Squadron this year, and we're excited about that. A couple of ways you can get tickets. Go online, birmingham.gleague.nba.com, and you can find those tickets there. They've got all the ticket info. Or just call 719-0850. That's 719-0850. Congrats, Coach. Glad to have you staying in the city for another year and being a head coach. We congratulate you and appreciate the time today.
Thanks, guys. Look forward to talking again soon.
You bet. Take care. Thank you, TJ. TJ Saint, the new coach of the Birmingham Squadron, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And every day we do 4 Downs, brought to you today by our friends at Vulcan Tires, LT.
Yeah, 4 great locations right now for Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Soon to be that 5th location. Make sure you get a look at brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, more. They can do it for you and your entire family. Stop into one of those great locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, let me find this.
While you're looking,
I got it.
Great call there by Rusty. Christian Bell lookalike, the coach.
That's a heck of a compliment to him. I didn't know if I should have brought it up to him or not, but I mean,
next time.
Did you guys not hear me say that?
I did hear you say that.
Did you say it in the interview?
No.
I said it before you came on.
No, I did not hear that.
Yeah. I also said he looked like the Scott Disick guy that's married to one of the Kardashians.
I did hear you say that.
Yeah, it's a kind of a mix. Anyway, more total touchdowns tomorrow. Sean Clifford or the combination of TJ Finley and Tank Bigsby?
Boy, if it's Sean Clifford, I know who won.
Yeah. I'm going to...
I guess, I don't know. I think they'll run it in some. I'll still go Finley and Bigsby, even though I think Auburn loses.
Do I get Sean's passing touchdown?
Total touchdowns, yeah.
Total touchdown.
I'll still go... I'll go TJ and Tank. No, I'll go Sean Clifford. I think Auburn wins, but Tank may not get the scores in the end zone. It could be Hunter. I don't think Finley will get as many. I think they'll run it into the end zone. Clifford will get some passing touchdowns. I think Auburn wins the game, but I'll go Clifford on the bet.
I think I'm going to go to the combination. I think Finley's good for 1. If he's not, there's serious issues tomorrow for Auburn's offense. And I think Tank can get a couple. I think Clifford passes for 2 like he did last year.
Second down.
Okay, what double-digit ranked favorite has a better chance of losing? Oklahoma at Nebraska or Texas hosting Texas San Antonio?
I'll go Oklahoma at Nebraska. It's on the road. I think Nebraska, here's what's going to happen here. They really like Mickey Joseph there. They're going to be thinking along the lines, let's play for Mickey.
Yep.
Let's prove they were wrong about Scott Frost. We're better than they think. Let's give Mickey the job. That emotion will run out after one game, but it'll be enough to make this a close game, and they only play close games.
Yeah, I think it's a better chance UTSA beats Texas just because of who the quarterback's going to be at Texas. Either a half injured number 2 quarterback or a number 3 quarterback. UTSA is not a bad team. They'll be playing with an angry on. That'll be big.
Yeah, I think both could be really good games. I'm going to lean Nebraska over Oklahoma. I think the Roadrunners can give Texas all they want. I mean, that would just be a horrific loss for Steve Sarkisian.
Third down.
Which in-state double-digit dog has a better chance of winning outright? South Alabama at UCLA or Troy at App State?
I'd go Troy at App State. Game day in town, them coming down off a big win. You overlook Troy. I'd say Troy at Appy State.
I'm going to go South Alabama at UCLA. UCLA has been very lackluster against two lesser opponents to start off with. Better quarterback is DKR, but, I don't think either happens. But if one of them happens, I think it'll be South Alabama.
Well, I hope both happen, but I'm going to go Troy at App State.
4th down.
The very talented Amy Poehler, 51 today. If I asked you better career, Amy Poehler or Terrell Owens?
Well, I feel like T.O. is the answer there. I love T.O. standing on the Texas sideline in Alabama sweatshirt, or the Alabama sideline at Texas and Alabama sweatshirt.
That was good. A really great catch in the playoffs for the 49ers. Had some good years with the Cowboys, too. Will never be a Hall of Famer, right?
No, he could be.
Yeah,
I mean, he's third all-time in receiving yards, third all-time in receiving touchdowns.
Then I'm going to go Terrell Owens.
I'll go T.O. Now, Poehler is very, very
talented.
and very versatile, but I'll go T.O. too.
All right, that's our 4 downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Again, 4 locations, soon to be a 5th location in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, when we come back, we'll do our pick 3 from Buffalo Wild Wings. You can do yours right now at nextroundlive.com, and we'll give you an updated standings. That is next in the final segment. Lunsford agrees. T.O. already in the Hall of Fame. Thank you, Lunsford. Easy answer then. Back in a moment.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of. Where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 in Pelham, or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you, Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3 right there at nextroundlive.com. When the show's done, though, you can keep playing the game there. Go make your picks. Even if you haven't played yet, you can play. Thanks to our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. If you go 3-0, you're in the drawing for the grand prize at the end of the year.
Yeah, 12 locations in the Birmingham, Central Alabama area, including those new locations, Chelsea and Oxford. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays is Buffalo Wild Wings. And don't forget about that takeout available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app all weekend long.
Forrester, updated standings, please, on the pick 3 this year here on the show. LT has 1 ball, as you can see, in the bucket so far. He's 5-1. Brown's 4-2. And I'm a surprising 2-4. Is that right? Yeah, I was 0-3 and 2-1.
Surprising to you even.
Yeah. So I'm at the bottom. I'll start us off this week. I'm going to go Buff with the Colorado Buffaloes. I'm going to take them plus the 27.5 as they play in Minnesota. No cold weather yet. I'm going to take NC State at home minus the 10.5 against Texas Tech. And I'm everywhere you see me this week, I'm all on Georgia Tech plus the 16.5 against Ole Miss. Brownie, you're next, man. You're in second place.
I'm going to go Hell State minus the 2.5. Mississippi State is catching at LSU. I like them in this spot. I think Cal against a banged-up Notre Dame team that is reeling a little bit minus the 11 or plus the 11.5.
Yeah, you don't want to lay 11.5.
I do not want to. I left off the plus 11.5.
They cover that. We got problems for Marcus Freeman.
Yeah, no doubt. And then I like Washington against Michigan State minus the 3.5 in Seattle.
I've got duplication with both of you guys. I've got NC State minus the 10.5. I think the Wolfpack, after that scare, East Carolina, I think they really start to roll, and Devin Leary plays well. Mississippi State, love them on the road. Much better team than LSU. And I've got Texas A&M bouncing back with Max Johnson. Again, they're going to pound the dike. A&M minus 6.5.
Yeah. Minus 6.5 there. Goose says, I'm confused still on the pick 3. Do we pick games? Choose the games we want, or we pick from the pools? You pick from the pools. You got 6 different pairs or groupings of 3 to pick from. Pick whichever one you want to pick there and hit all 3 of those, and you go in. So 18 games this year instead of last year when you only had 6 games to choose from. You had to hit all 6 of those. You do that at nextroundlive.com, and it's brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Again, 12 great locations to serve you. 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays. New locations in Chelsea and Oxford. And remember that takeout available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app.
All right. If you are watching us right now and you haven't seen it yet, the Players Club is out. You can go get that on our video platform. LT and Mick Gillespie, they make 6 big plays for the weekend. Bama and Bourbon, everything you need to know about Alabama football is out. Next Round Cocktails with Kelly and Brittany is out, a conversation about just life in general. A lot of rave reviews from that this week. Drinks with Dunaway. Brown's got a conversation with the UAB Twins as we get ready for another big home game for the Blazers at Protective Stadium. A lot of stuff out on our platforms there, and Forrester will keep you updated throughout the weekend leading into Monday when we're back live with you again at 9 a.m. Central. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.